Step into the realm of the unexplained with Paranormal M. Hit that subscribe button and enable notifications to stay connected to our latest stories that will ignite your imagination. Get ready for a journey like no other. Child Shadow Figure. Columbus, Ohio. About 3 years ago, I moved in with my girlfriend, and now fiancé. It took a couple of months to really settle in and feel comfortable. But when I did, I started noticing things. We have a third bedroom that has a bed in it, and the dog has pretty much commandeered that room for her own liking. Our bedroom door doesn't really fully close because the strike plate is a bit off-center, but we like it that way, so we can hear things downstairs. At night, I started to get a feeling like something was watching me through the crack in the door. My body would get the chills, and that uneasy feeling would come over me that I need to fight or run. This happened about once a week or so. One night I was in bed, and I had to use the restroom. On the way across the hall, I noticed the dog was not in her room, but instead, out of the corner of my eye, I saw a shadow figure of a child, standing just past the doorway. It was more like a 4-foot black mass that had some resemblance of a child. No features. I could feel its presence too, like when I would feel like I'm being watched through the bedroom door. I did a double take, but it was gone. I started to see this shadow figure almost every time I walked to the restroom. It freaked me out, especially when you aren't expecting it. It must be scaring the dog too, because she doesn't go in there at night anymore at all. My fiancé doesn't even want to talk about it because it frightens her. She's never seen this entity. We have crucifixes about every entrance to the house, and she smudged it with sage. I'm not sure that kind of thing helps, but I rolled with it. The house was built in the 1920s, and it sat vacant for 40 years, so who knows what moved in. There were 2 families here before us, and one of them left a family photo album underneath the basement stairs. The couple had 2 girls and 1 boy. The pictures looked like they were from the 70s. We threw the photo album away, and I haven't seen the shadow figure since. It's been about 9 months since I've seen it last, about the time that we found and tossed the photos. Maybe there was a connection. We did research on the home, and there's not much detailed info except for the 40-year vacancy. I don't get that uneasy feeling anymore when going across the hallway. I'm hoping it moved on. Valleydale Ballroom. 2018, Columbus, Ohio. Valleydale Ballroom. I have to give you some background, and for short, Valleydale Ballroom will be shortened to VDB. Well, the narrator's just going to say it. Valleydale Ballroom was built in the 1800s, and it was used as a stagecoach repair building, so the place is quite old. Over the years, it has flooded inside multiple times. It's because of a river that runs next to the property. In the 1920s, it was turned into a ballroom and a dance hall, and even our first radio station, where they would broadcast live music. The greats have all played there: Frank Sinatra, Glenn Miller, the Big Brass, and swing eras. The walls are lined with pictures of celebrities and old pictures of the building. The lower ballroom has a kitchen in the back, bar, and a huge wood dance floor. The upstairs had a balcony that ringed the entire building, about 12 feet wide, and another bar, and through a doorway was a woman's dressing room with mirrors and an old-fashioned round light bulb lining them with stools in the front. In 2018, the Valleydale Ballroom floods again, and I'm working for a small construction company that's repairing the damage to the walls, the floors, and even the dance floor. A lot of the times I was there by myself, and I never really felt comfortable. I would see dark figures dart around corners and hear conversations being had at the upstairs bar. and this is while I'm working on fixing the dance floor. You can't make out what's being said in the conversations at the bar, but it sounds like 2 or 3 people mumbling with muffled words. My tools that I were using would sometimes be in a place that I wouldn't put them. For example, a pair of pliers that I was using 5 minutes ago on the dance floor were found on the balcony upstairs in the middle of the floor. Dishes could be heard clanging in the kitchen, and there were no dishes at this point. So I'm pretty convinced that the place is haunted. When you know, you know. It's the hair raising on your arms, the panicked feeling, scared, and all you want to do is step outside before working up the nerve to go back in. My best friend worked with me. I'm telling him all about what I'm witnessing in the Valleydale ballroom, and of course, he thinks I'm nuts, being a skeptic and all. So one day, me and the boss go to the hardware store, leaving my friend to work alone in the woman's dressing room upstairs. The floorboards needed replaced, and he started tearing them up when we left to go get materials. When we came back, we find him standing in the parking lot, cussing and walking back and forth frantically. I asked him what happened, and he proceeded to tell me that when he was working, he thought he heard us come back and walk upstairs. He called out a few times and no one answered. When he looked up, he saw someone or something walk past the mirror in front of him. He called out again, but no answer. He looked up once more, noticing movement behind him in the mirror. This time he saw it. He said it was a black void the shape of a person with a fuzzy outline. He freaked out and screamed, but when he turned around, no one was there. He noped out of that place as fast as he could and never went back inside. He was so mentally distraught that we stopped working for that entire day and he went home and freaked us all out. I believe him considering my experiences at Valleydale Ballroom. And if you live in Columbus, go check the place out. They still have weddings and school dances there. But if you're there alone, it's a completely different feeling of the place lost in history and spirits revisiting the good old days. It feels playful, curious, and a little bit sinister all at the same time. I'm sure I saw something this night. So I was watching the night sky at around 1 a.m., just observing and feeling aligned with the universe, and sending love to whoever might be out there. Then I said, just in my head, something like, "Please, can I see the truth? Could something just be shown just to me?" Right the second after, a star has fallen straight in front of me, and when the tail of it faded, another light source sort of popped out of nowhere, right above where the star, or meteorite, fell. It was a round, constant yellowish light, flying obliquely to the right. Firstly, I thought it was just a faster plane, but it didn't emit any other lights just like planes do, and I could tell that it was rather different kind of light than from planes as well. But mainly, planes are flying straight, right? Well, this thing was moving in one direction, but it was kind of hovering from side to side, up and down, like if you had a sparkler in your hand and tried to make a line in the air with it, but your hands were a bit shaky. A drone, maybe, I thought. But it flew behind the clouds, which were over the horizon and pretty high up. Also, the distance that it covered must have been long. I find it pretty funny that my first experience with a possible ET has happened only just yesterday. When I went to bed after that, I also felt something that I'd never felt before. Mainly in my head, I felt pressure, but very light. I felt kind of like being healed. Not just my forehead, but like my whole brain was soaked in warm, loving juice. I don't know, but the whole evening was pretty surreal. The Hat Man. Basically, like 2 years ago, I was at my girlfriend's house. There's a hallway which ends with a bathroom on one end, At the other end is my girlfriend's room and her sister's room. We were just chilling in the bed, and I said that I have to go to the bathroom. It was dark outside, I believe, but there were several light sources, as I remembered that I had a pretty clear view. Right at the closing doors, some black figure entering the bathroom. It really seemed like he had a hat and a cloak. But hey, I'm not crazy, right? I thought that I just badly saw my girlfriend's sister. So I returned to the bed, and after like a minute, my girlfriend was on the phone and not really paying attention, said something like, why I didn't go to the toilet. I answered, obviously because your sister went in. Then I felt like I was in a classic horror movie. As she replied, but my sister isn't home at the moment. Nobody is except us. It hit me really hard. I clearly know what I saw, I swear. I was totally freaked out. And that peeing was one of the worst and fastest ever. When I really had to afterwards. Luckily, nothing happened, though. Until a year later. It was a bright day and warm outside. I was waiting for one of my best friends at the moment in front of his flat. He lives in a block at like the 7th floor. Each floor has a big hall with an elevator, and then a small side one with a balcony divided by stairs. I was in the small one, expecting to hear him and jump at him or some shit, I don't know. But I've waited and he's still nowhere. So I decided to sneak on him through the doors with my ears. But as I turned, I could see the floor underneath, through the space between the stairs. And I saw a black cloaked figure entering the elevator, right as the door slammed. Which, the sound I clearly heard too. Again, I thought to myself that I only dreamed that, and waited in front of his doors. Only to hear the sound of the elevator opening beside me, and his, "The fuck you doing here?" I tried to tell him what I just witnessed, but both of them were saying that I'm just going nuts. But I know what I've seen. I did a bit of research, and I know that this figure shows up in people's dreams, sleep paralysis and things like that. But I'd love to know if someone of you guys have had a similar life experience. I've even heard that people often see this figure when they were having bad energy or something bad going on, which at the time, with both of them, kinda did. Both of the situations were pretty similar, and in both of them, I just felt like my whole world is cracking when they revealed what's going on. Something weird happened at my kid's pediatrician's office. Please convince me I'm just crazy. So for a bit of backstory, I grew up in an extremely haunted house for 17 years. No one will ever convince me that that house wasn't haunted, or that paranormal experiences always have a quote-unquote logical explanation. Always having a logical explanation is not really my own truth. In the past year or so, there have been a few questionable things that have happened in that house, and the one that I live in now. Mostly just things flying off specific tables in a specific dresser. But anyway, I took my youngest son to the doctor's a few weeks ago. We're in the waiting room waiting for the doctor to come in, and I'm standing there holding my son, singing to him. There's a counter with glass jars filled with cotton balls and tongue depressors with metal lids, you know the ones. And one lid was off the jar and sitting on the counter. At some point, I noticed some sort of movement in my peripheral vision, and when I look at the counter, the metal lid is slowly moving by itself. It moved about 5 or 6 inches across the counter right before my fucking eyes. Kinda froze for a minute, wondering if it actually happened or if I'm just crazy. And then I picked the lid up to make sure there wasn't a big bug underneath it or something. By the way, there wasn't. And then the doctor came in, and I pretended nothing happened, of course, and we just left. The really weird thing is that when I first looked and saw the lid slowly sliding across the counter, it took me a second to even realize something was wrong and it shouldn't be moving. I don't know. I mean, I guess it's possible that it somehow is just in my head, but I really do not think so. There were no vibrations, at least that I could feel, or anything like that. There was a sink next to it, so I would assume pipes. And I thought maybe someone used one of the sinks in the room next to mine and it made it move. I just don't know because I'm like 5 or 6 inches is a lot for something like that to move by itself. My house is haunted and I need help. So my family built a house back in 2014 in a rural area, and ever since we moved, we've all experienced paranormal activity. I was in 6th grade when we moved into the house. I'm a senior now. And as soon as we moved in, I felt depressed. At first, I thought it was just hormonal puberty stuff, but every time I left the house, it felt like a weight was lifted off my chest. My dad was very angry all of the time, and my mom seemed absent every time that I would talk to her. Skip ahead a few years to my sophomore year. It was March, right around spring break. We have old cars, and my dad just bought a 1956 Pontiac, and I saw a little girl sitting in the back seat. She was sitting on the right side, facing away from me. Then she turned and looked back at me with a blank expression. As soon as she looked at me, I ran inside and told my mom. She believes in paranormal activity, but she didn't like what I was saying, that we had a ghost. I brushed it off as my imagination, and I didn't really think about it. Until I saw the little girl coming down the stairs into the living room. I was on the couch watching some sitcom at 2 a.m. I had a lamp on next to me, and out of the corner of my eye, I saw movement on the stairs. I thought it was my dog coming downstairs, but I have 2 Maltese and they're tiny. Whatever was making this movement was large. I looked over and saw the little girl walking down the stairs and vanish when she got to the bottom. I started joking with my friends that I have a ghost named Sally, so that's what I call her now. Then there were little things like doors shutting and opening, things going missing and showing up in random places. Footsteps at 4 a.m., things falling off flat surfaces, laptops just turning on their own, and cold spots. Our dogs always go to the master bedroom and bark and growl at nothing. Every time I'm in my parents' room, I hear a small clicking noise, like someone is clicking their tongue. My mom denied our house was haunted until she was sleeping one night and felt an arm around her waist. She thought it was my dad coming to bed, but she turned over and saw a small indentation in the bed. Lots of just weird stuff keeps happening, and we've learned to ignore it because it never felt bad or evil. My breaking point was last night. I had a friend over and she was spending the night. We were watching Harry Potter and doing it, and all of a sudden, the smoke alarm starts going off at 12:09 a.m. I thought it was because I had just blown a candle out, so I fanned the alarm and it stopped. All things good, right? Wrong. A few minutes later, all the alarms in the house start going off. I run downstairs to ask my mom what to do, and she said, try changing the battery. So that's what I did. It was fine and working, so we went to bed. Then it went off again at 3:53 a.m. We didn't do anything, we just waited for it to stop. All day today, it didn't go off until 12:09 a.m. It went off for a few minutes, then stopped. I'm writing this at 2 a.m., waiting for 3:53 a.m. to see if it happens again. Ghost experience while living in Texas. This takes place between 2019 and 2021 when I was living in Texas. Me and my wife had moved from our apartment to a 4-bedroom house with 2 baths, and we were renting. One weekend I got a few friends to help me move furniture, and every time we would come back with a load, a stuffed animal my wife had would be on the floor, and I would put it back. I kind of shook it off. Fast forward a few weeks after being moved in, and I was in the bathroom and I could hear the door open and footsteps in the living room. I pinched off and ran in there, nothing, and my wife's little dog was just snoozing. He always barks at everything, so I thought it was weird. This would happen a few times. Fast forward a few months and my son is born. We had set up a camera in my son's room and a monitor in ours. Once again, I'm home alone folding clothes, and my wife's in the bedroom and I can hear the crib rattling, and I see his sheets moving. My son was with my in-laws at their house. I run in there and nothing, and I again hear it 30 minutes later, still nothing. Over months, I would have random occurrences like that. My wife said that she would also hear things when she was home alone. One night, I was doing dishes, and she was in the master bathroom brushing her teeth. She came into the kitchen asking if I was in the room, and I said no. She then proceeded to say that she saw a shadow moving on the bedroom wall into the bathroom. Thought it was me. Fast forward another 6 months. My wife is pregnant with a second child. One night, she awakes to drawers in front of her bed being opened and sees someone that she thinks is me prop herself to yell at me. In the process, she grabs my arm because I'm laying next to her. She then realizes it's not me, and she said the figure turned to look at her and then disappeared. She wakes me up and tells me, so I search the house. All the doors and windows were locked, though. On top of that, both dogs are in the living room snoozing on the floor outside the door. Both dogs bark at everything, so we continued to have experiences about once a month until we had to move for work. One weird thing I might add is that the house next to us had a total of 5 different occupants within the 2 years that we lived there. Each of the occupants would randomly just leave in the middle of night each time. And the next day, there would be a sign for a lease in the yard. So I always wonder if it's a ghost or something that was coming from their house to ours, since my experiences weren't that frequent. Yet another weird experience involving my deceased boyfriend. Today was really nice, 50-degree weather in late November, and on my day off. As such, I decided to make a drive out to Griswold, Iowa, where he's buried. The church and cemetery in which he's buried is located on Junction 71 off Highway 92. Way out there, surrounded by nothing but farmland. This church really has no business being there. It's 5 or so miles outside of Griswold, with nothing really around it to justify it being there. It's quite beautiful though, and I'm sure that he would be happy with being there. But I digress. I pulled up into the grass to park in between some trees like I usually do, as this is where most people park for funeral and interment ceremonies. The album Wish You Were Here by Pink Floyd was finishing up as I shut off the car. I look into my rearview mirror above the windshield and I see a black figure quickly disappear behind a gravestone. It looked like a person standing, then quickly crouching behind it as though they realized I could see them and they wanted to hide. It was clear as day, so I investigated thinking that it might have been an actual person being sketchy. I didn't find anything. There's no way they could have ran off without me seeing them. I realized it could have been a bird or maybe a squirrel, but it looked bigger, and the action seemed intelligent. This isn't the first time I've had strange experiences in the cemetery, and certainly not the first time I've had strange experiences involving my boyfriend. Another time I drove there late at night. I had just gotten off work, and normally I wouldn't drive out there so late, but it was the 6-month anniversary of his death, and I had an extreme drive to go out there. However, as soon as I arrived and I pulled up next to his grave, I got an extremely pissed off vibe. Like someone or something really didn't want me to be there. It was so intense that I didn't even want to get out of the car. And like I said, this place is in the middle of nowhere, far away from any human civilization, save for a single house adjacent to the cemetery. There's no lighting in the cemetery, so this place is creepy and daunting as fuck at night. The only light was the moon and my headlights, casting an ominous glow onto the gravestones in front of my car. I drove an hour out there just to sit in my car scared shitless for 10 minutes. I saw my boyfriend shortly before his funeral. I lost my boyfriend a little over 3 years ago in a car accident. I won't bore you with the details, but this occurred about 2 days before his funeral, which was a bit less than a week after his death. The visitation and such took a while, since his death was technically suspicious, as he had no visible injuries externally. Turned out to be blunt force trauma to the head and chest. Anyways, I said I wouldn't bore you with all the details, so here we are, anyway. It was 9 a.m., and I'd just gotten up to piss. I laid back down since I had no business being up that early. And within about 5 minutes, I felt something warm against my back. I thought my cat had snuck in while I was downstairs. So I rolled over to kick her out, since if I didn't, she would scratch and meow to be let out within 20 minutes and wake me up. But I rolled over and didn't see my cat. I saw him. He was lying there, pale and flawless, in his striped long-sleeve shirt that I still have to this day, and his favorite jeans. He had this blank expression on his face. He didn't look at me, he just stared at the ceiling, almost like a corpse, morbidly enough. I was in utter shock and thought maybe his death was really just a dream like I wished it was last week. I went to lay my head on his chest, but he dissolved into thin air. My head hit the bedsheets. I just sat there wondering what in the fuck just happened before I rolled over and cried myself back to sleep. To this day, I still have no idea what it was. Weirdly enough, after his death, I started experiencing rampant sleep issues, including sleep paralysis. And I wondered if that's what it was, but looking back, I never fell asleep. I lay there for a few minutes at most, and was still fully lucid through the whole experience. Not only that, but I was able to move. I remembered vividly rolling over, propping up on one elbow, and going to lay my head down on him. I don't know if I believe in the paranormal or an afterlife, but I never had experiences. Yes, there's more than one, especially like this one, until after his death. I think I have some sort of paranormal attachment to others, and they're beginning to see it. So ever since I was a kid, my mom has told me my family has a history of being able to see ghosts. Well, I think I drew the short end of the stick, because ever since I was a kid, I've always felt like I've had something attached to me. I've moved a fair bit as a child, and no matter where I've lived, I've always experienced paranormal happenings. Lights coming on and off, doors slamming, seeing shadow people. I even once described my stepfather's dad to him, even though he died years before I was even a thought of being conceived. Fast forward to my adult life, and it hasn't changed at all. I have a family of my own now, and even my kids have seen things. But what's really interesting about all this is now even people who visit my home are seeing things. Here's an example. I once was home alone while the wife was at work and the kids were at school. I'm doing the normal house things, just cleaning up a bit and also taking time to get, game once all is said and done, right? I went to the kitchen to grab a drink, and in my son's room, which is towards the front of the house and also adjacent to the kitchen, I see a little boy in overalls, just standing there. Didn't acknowledge me, didn't move, just stood there. And I knew he was an entity because he was wearing a jumper with a button-down shirt and he was literally gray in color. I mean no other color. Him, his clothes, all of it gray. Shrugging it off as it wasn't the first time I've seen a spirit, I got my drink, and when I walked past again, he was gone. Fast forward 2 days later, I invited my cousin and his fiancé over for dinner with me and my wife. It was fairly uneventful, until they were getting ready to leave. My cousin's fiancé asked to use the restroom, so I pointed her in the direction that it was in, which is directly next to my son's room. He wasn't home as he had gotten my mother to watch the kids for the night so we could enjoy an adult evening. She came back from the restroom and plainly asked, "Who's that little boy in the room, just sitting on the bed? I thought your kids weren't here." To which I replied that they weren't. Her face immediately went a bit pale and she walked back to my son's room and then came running back into the kitchen saying that he was gone. Now at that point, I hadn't told anyone, not even my wife, about what I had seen, but my cousin's fiancé described the little boy I had seen perfectly, clothes and all. I then told her of my experience a couple days back. Needless to say, dinner was cut short. A week after that, I'm laying in bed with my wife and I begin to feel a burning sensation on my back. I tell my wife to see if she can see anything, and she proceeds to tell me I have 3 distinct claws, and they're scratches going down my back. They were red and clearly visible, even on my skin, and I'm an African American. I think there's a child ghost in my house, or just following me. I feel as if I don't have much evidence, but I really feel like there's something in my house, or maybe something following me. It started when I was very young. When I was a toddler, I visited a family member. Whenever I was there, I would play hide and seek. Whenever my mother asked who I was playing with, I would respond, "The boy who lives here." There was no boy who lived there. The family member who lived there had children, but they were adults and moved away. My mother thought this was weird, but to be fair, she said I was kind of a weird kid, let's just say that. Even if this was an imaginary friend or something that I might remember him with, but I really don't remember anything about it. When I was a baby, I would have this lamb plushie who would have a voice box that would say prayers. This one time, my parents put me to bed and went downstairs. After a while, they heard a voice coming from upstairs. They went to check, and the lamb plushie left my cradle and ended up in the hallway against the wall. It was saying a prayer. My parents threw it out. My father doesn't believe in ghosts, and even he doesn't have an explanation for that. After a few years, we moved away into a new house. I was maybe around 5 or 7. I was laying in bed. Through the corner of my eye, I saw movement. I looked up and saw a short figure run across the hallway, coming from my sister's room. I got up and looked around and saw nothing. My sister was still in her bed. Sometimes I feel my hair being pulled lightly, and went back and I saw nothing. Sometimes I hear whispers of my name and other things too. Just some of the experiences I witnessed when I was living in a haunted homeless shelter. My first encounter was when I was moving my stuff into a smaller room where my bedroom was. It was right next to both of the toilets, the bathroom and shower room. There was a door with a glass window and a corridor that led you upstairs to rehab. People who overcome their addictions. Through the small corridor next to the stairs was an exit door with another glass window. The building was huge. Every time when I saw through the door leading to rehab, there was always something there watching. This was probably the first month that I was living in the shelter. Nothing major happened during that time other than, me moving into a room that was smaller. So everyone had gastroenteritis. It wasn't nice. I had stomach pains, vomiting, diarrhea. I felt like shit. So one night, like 3 a.m., I couldn't sleep. I had a high temperature, chest pains, and stomach pains. So I decided to take a hot bath to help me. In the bathroom was a bath, a toilet with a small sink, and a cupboard with a boiler in it. This is important, trust me. 30 minutes in, I was relaxed. My chest pains were subsiding, and I generally feel relaxed. Then there was a knock at the door. I shouted, "There's another bathroom across the hall." Still relaxing, and 5 minutes later again, a knock. I shouted again, "There's a toilet in the shower room." Again, 5 minutes later, another knock, and I kept repeating myself. Then another knock 5 minutes in. "Will you fuck off? I'm in the fucking bath. I'm fucking ill. Go away." Went quiet for a long time. I would say around 10 minutes. Then knocking. I got up, opened the door, and no one was there. I'm like, fucking kids disturbing me when I'm fucking ill. So, 30 minutes went by, and I was ready to leave the bathroom. All of a sudden, the knocking on the door was so hard I thought the door would come off. Then the boiler room door knocked and swung open. Got my shit and left. So, there was a little living room upstairs where the bedrooms were. All the girls called it the Dove Room. Every time I would go into that room, I swear I could hear people talking and the TV on. But when I walked in, nothing. Most of the time, that room was pitch black. So all of our rooms had safety guards on the windows, and they could only be opened so much, and then there's another guard so you can't escape. Next to my room was another room. Everyone said that's the most haunted room in the building. A girl moved in, and I became friends with her. Not friends now, though. But one of the staff asked me if she was in, and I'm like, nah. She left ages ago. Why? Her face went white. Apparently, the staff tried to talk to the girl, but instead was talking to another girl saying that she left then closed it. But that girl was dead. No idea her name, but she committed suicide by jumping out of the window. She left her 6-month-old kid in the room. The next morning, they found her dead on the ground. Ever since then, she was haunting that room. There were 2 little girls, 4 and 7, that just came in. I think the mother had domestic abuse situations and had to leave. The next few days later, I was talking to my boyfriend on a call through FaceTime, and I heard the girls screaming. No one was coming, so I went to the bathroom, opened the door, and they were crying in hysterics. They both said a man was holding the door, and he wouldn't let them out. Strangely, when they said that, I looked up where the toilet was, and I saw a black figure. I grabbed the girls and took them to their mother. After a few days, I kind of forgotten about that black figure in the bathroom. So, when I was in the main hall talking to the girls, there was a new family. They had just moved in on that day. She had 3 children, 2 twins, a boy and a girl, and they were like 5 years old and a young boy in his early teens. The little 6-year-old girl said to the other 5-year-old girl to play a game. She said, "There's another little girl who lives here. She's ill and can't get out." we sit on the floor and play catch. If you don't catch the ball, you have to hop on one leg. The thing is, though, there was only 2 little girls living in this refuge before the family arrived, and it was their first day. There were only 2 girls before then, not 3. Within the first 6 months of being there, I saw girls coming and going. It was normal since it was a shelter. I never ventured out of my room at night since the knock at the bathroom door at 3 a.m. thing. However, I was bursting for the toilet. I went out and saw a black figure saying, "Hello." Seemed pleasant, and he looked at me and he said, "Enjoying your stay, ma'am? I'm your butler." I replied, "Yeah, thanks, just using the toilet." He nodded and went through the door. I was weirded out, to say the least. Another family found a house and moved out. There was only one family left in the refuge. One day the twins were screaming so bad the staff had to calm them down. They said in the bathroom there was a man scaring them, calling them names and holding them in the bathroom. The little girl crying her eyes out. "He was naked and he had red eyes. I thought he was going to eat me." He said, and he was going to eat me. I don't want to go near that bathroom. After a while, I kind of understood why so many people didn't go to the toilet at night. The last few days of living in the refuge, there was only me and 2 other women and a child. It was pretty quiet and we were all talking in the main hall. In the main hall, there was 2 kitchens and our laundry room. Our kitchen was separated. You can only go through the kitchen to get to the laundry room. Both rooms were closed off, and there was only one way in and one way out of that laundry room. Me and the girls were just talking and laughing and so on, and then we heard footsteps in the kitchen and going into the laundry room. We all got up and checked it out, and nothing. We all said, "This place is definitely haunted." Something in the road. About 10 years ago, my wife, who was my then girlfriend, we'll call her Teresa, was hanging out with me and my 2 nephews. Nothing exciting, just the usual weekend chill. Then I got a text from my sister around 10:30 p.m. to bring one of my nephews home so we could watch his younger brothers. My wife offered to do it so that her and my nephew were going to head out. It's only about a 10-minute drive. After 20 to 25 minutes, I see headlights on at the end of my driveway. It was Teresa. I thought it was odd that she would arrive without any lights on, and shortly after the headlights turned on, the car raced up the driveway. I knew something was up. I met Teresa at the front door. She came in and immediately closed the doors and locked it. I asked her what was going on and what was wrong. She turned around, and it was a ghost, or rather, she was ghostly white. She said as she made the final bend near my house, there was something white in the road. It looked like a man crouched down in the middle of the road, holding a bag or something. As she approached it, it didn't really move, but she said that she could feel it looking at her. Once she was next to it, the car completely shut off. Lights, engine, the whole 9. Thankfully, she had enough momentum to coast into my driveway where everything turned back on. She restarted the car, drove up as quickly as possible. Took a while to calm her down, but she was finally able to relax. This was the first time that she saw something, and definitely not the last. I think this was the day that she realized that she was sensitive to ghosts and spirits. Not only that, but she gets bad feelings before she's going to see something or someone, and it's going to be pretty bad in nature when it's going to happen. Don't go into the basement after dark. About 7 years ago, one of my best friends, James, was living with his girlfriend, Sarah in an older house. It was kind of a beat-up old house in the back of a double lot, 2 houses on the same plot of land. The house belonged to Sarah's mother, and she let them live there because no one would rent it and they needed a place to live. They got most of their things in, but not unpacked yet. As James brought in a laundry basket, Sarah's mom made mention that there was a washer and dryer in the basement that worked. The only stipulation was not to do laundry after dark. James agreed, but thought it was kind of an odd request. Fast forward about a month. James had done a bit of laundry during the afternoon, but forgot to switch it over to the dryer. It's now about 10 p.m. and he decides it'll only take a second to switch it over, so he'll do it quick, despite the warning. The stairs to the basement go down about 7 steps. Then there's a landing, a left turn, and 3 more. James gets to that landing and makes his turn and watches a little boy run across the basement, from behind the furnace to behind the washer. The little boy wasn't completely solid, nor did he make a sound as he was running. James noped the hell out of there and never went back into the basement at night. This was the first ghost experience he had in that house, but just like the last story, it was definitely not the last. James and Sarah's house. Don't go into the basement after dark, Part 2. It was a random summer night, just like any other, with the exception that some of the hauntings that they had experienced were getting more frequent, and more bold, I guess you could say. James was watching TV downstairs, while Sarah was taking a shower upstairs. While James was watching TV, he saw what he thought was smoke, but in the shape of a person. It passed right between himself and the TV. He didn't give it much thought and assumed that he was seeing things. A few moments later, he heard a shriek, and then what sounded like someone running down the stairs, but only stepping on about every 3rd stair. It was Sarah, wearing only shorts and a sports bra. She bolted out of the house into her mom's house, the house in front of the lot. James chased after her to find out what was wrong. Then she finally calmed down and said this: "I finished my shower and I was laying on my back, playing on my phone with my feet dangling off the edge of the bed. I thought I heard the bedroom door creak open, and I was thinking it was you, but no one was there. Then when I felt someone grab my ankles and try to pull me off the bed, that's why I ran out of the house." They didn't stay in the house that night. Sarah actually had bruises around her ankles in the shape of handprints. That house is creepy. They told me that at any given time in the night, you can hear people talking in the empty rooms. Shadow people peering around the doorways, things move or disappear randomly. James even caught pictures of quote-unquote smoke while there was none in the room. If I can find those pictures, I'll post them. In one picture, the smoke even has a face in it, clear as day. My experience with shadow people. In my childhood home, my mom and I lived with my grandmother, where our bedrooms were in the basement. The way to our basement was laid out, relevant later, was that after coming down the stairs, there was about 20 to 30 feet long, 15 to 20 feet wide main living area. About 10 feet along the right wall was about a 15-foot break in the wall that had a compartment, quote-unquote, which is where my bed was. If you stood in front of the compartment, the right wall was solid, but the left wall was like a half wall that led to what was supposed to be the kitchen. We used it for cat litter, by the way. And where there was an entrance to this quote-unquote kitchen with no door. From the entrance to the basement, in the back left corner were 2 doors, one on the left wall that went to my mom's room, and one on the back wall that went into the bathroom. And then in the bathroom, there was a door that led to my mom's room as well. The first time I saw it was at night. My mom worked long, late-night shifts and would frequently get home around 8 or 9. On this particular night, I was next to my bed, where I could see the whole living area, playing with my Legos. The main living area lights were on. The lights in my mom's room and bathroom were off. The door that goes between my mom's room and the bathroom was closed. It was basically always closed. As I was playing and building random things, I got this strange feeling that I wasn't alone and I was being watched. So I looked up, scanned around the room, and at first didn't notice anything until I looked more closely towards the bathroom. What I then saw was the figure of a person move in front of the bathroom door towards my mother's room, and it stopped behind the front right corner of my mom's bed. I could clearly see that this was about as tall as I was. I was a small child at the time, so maybe 3 to 4 feet tall, and had what I could only describe as wind-blown spiky hair. Not knowing what I was seeing, I freaked out and ran upstairs and watched quote-unquote old people movies with my grandmother until my mom was home. I don't remember much else from that night, other than I ended up sleeping in my grandma's room because I was too freaked out to sleep in the basement. The second incident that I remember, significant because we ended up moving my bedroom upstairs because of reasons, and my little kid brain didn't make the correlation. It was broad daylight. My mom and I were hanging out in her room, and she was teaching me to play chess. My mom's back was to the door to the living area. Naturally, if I looked past her, I could see where my bed was. As she was showing me all the pieces and how they moved and what the objective was, I got that same weird feeling that I was having before of being watched. I decided to look over towards my bed, and I saw the silhouette of a person duck behind the half wall, right where my bed was. I pointed over towards my bed and asked my mom, "Who's that?" My mom looked towards my bed, didn't see anything, and responded, "Who's who, honey? I don't see anyone there." I then told her I saw someone lay down in bed, because that was the only thing that made sense to me. She went over, looked at my bed, checked under my bed, and looked under my sheets. She came back and told me that there was no one there, left it at that, and continued teaching me chess. Years later, when I talked about both of these incidents with my mom, she told me that no, I wasn't crazy. It was just my imagination, that she saw it too on multiple occasions. I guess that would say or suggest that it wasn't my imagination. And it was not just in our house. She said at the same time she was trying her best to stay calm because she didn't want to freak me out. My worst nightmare came true. When I was just a young chap, I had these horrible night terrors, as well as reoccurring nightmares. The difference between the two being that one usually doesn't remember night terrors. I did not remember mine. Part of me is glad, but part of me wishes I could. My brother and I shared a wall between our rooms. During these night terror episodes, I would scream so loudly I'd actually wake him up. We had a decent home. The walls certainly were not paper thin. He told me during these episodes, I was usually screaming for whatever it was to get away from me. Please stop screaming in fear. Things of that nature. I'm sure you get my drift. I'm unsure if my night terrors and nightmares were interconnected. My gut tells me yes. During these nightmares, a little old evil woman would break through my window, proceed to terrorize me and snatch me from my room. I don't recall actually seeing her like a broom or anything like that, but she was an evil old lady and she stole me through my window. So of course, I rightfully named her the Witch. The Witch looked like a tiny old lady. She was hunched and had a large curve in her spine, and she carried a gnarled wooden stick that her hand would rest upon. She wore a brown robe, but it was made of really thin material. Cloak, I guess you could call it. It had a hood. She moved demonically fast, completely unnatural. Often she had a large grin on her face, but it was a grin fueled with hatred. Cannot tell you how badly she scared me. There are no adjectives in the English language that could properly convey the fear I felt when confronted by her. The nightmares weren't always the same, but they were very similar. I could never remember anything after she took me, but I somehow always knew that there was more to the dream. I know that sounds weird, but it was like the memory just went black after she took me. I remember one occasion very vividly. I remember being awake. That's what's weird. My bed was against the wall where the one window in my room was. I heard a loud buzzing and the glass to my window exploded. I can still remember the shattered glass raining down upon my skin. This was preceded by something to the effect of a whirlwind inside of my room. My memory then goes blank, and the next thing I remember was running to my mom's room scared out of my mind. Fortunately, there isn't much more to say about that dream itself. She came, she terrorized, she took me. That was that. This is where I get to the really weird part. When I was somewhere around 8 years old, I saw her in real life. I don't believe that this was my mind playing tricks. Of course, I've considered it, but I really don't believe this to be the case. I was in Rite Aid with my mom. The store had one entrance for customers. The counter ran perpendicular with the shelves. Then when you walked in, you were at the beginning of the long counter for checkout. When you walked in, if you looked to the right, there would be the first aisle down as you stepped forward. It went on just like that till you reached the other wall of the store. Perpendicular shelves to the right with the counter running parallel to the left. I went to look down one aisle and there she was. At first I thought it just had to be my imagination. That it had to just be an old lady that maybe looked like her. The thing that really solidified it wasn't even what happened next. It was when I first saw her, she was facing me and made eye contact. My stomach dropped immediately and I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I turned away out of fear and she started bolting down the aisle. Not towards me, thank God, but towards the back of the store. I should add that I was on the other aisle in the back that connected to the other aisles, just like any other store. So by the time I have the guts to look at the old bitch, basically at the back of the store, I knew how fast she was moving because I could hear her stick hitting the ground. It was absolutely absurd. In the present day, I'm 6 foot 6 inches, 30 years old and male, and I'm in pretty damn good shape, and I couldn't touch this speed. I instantly knew that this was my moment. I had to figure out if this was something in reality or not. Couldn't believe it, and I still can't believe it. She took off down the aisle at the back of the store that was parallel with the one to the front of where the counter was. I was in the front still. I want to add that the way she ran was in the opposite direction of the entrance. It was toward the far back corner. I ran along the aisles and just barely caught a glimpse once or twice. And then the clicking of her stick abruptly stopped. She was gone. I went up and down the main aisle. I went to the back. I looked everywhere. She was just gone. Of course, I didn't say anything to my mom. I knew that she wouldn't believe me. I felt like, little me was insane, but it was just a daytime occurrence. So I definitely can't forget that. And that's what cemented the entire phenomenon of the witch for me. It convinced me at a very young age that there is much more to this reality than meets the eye. I've searched far and wide, hoping to find someone with a similar experience, but I haven't really had luck. I mean, as far as specificity goes, But the nightmares stopped a while after that, and they wouldn't happen again in a great while. I remember getting a little older and they were fewer and farther apart. The last I had as a kid was quite a bit different, but she was still there. I was in a grocery store, and all of a sudden I looked down the aisle, people just bagging, and there she was, staring at me with that malicious fucking grin. She looked like an absolute maniac, but I didn't turn away in fear. I stood my ground and I stared back. In my mind, I told her basically to fuck the fuck off, and I wasn't scared of her. She kept staring, and my vision zeroed in on her eyes until they were so close I could no longer see her. Then I woke up. The nightmares totally stopped after that, but they started again at another point in time. Can't recall in my childhood years whether or not I'd gotten sleep paralysis. But as I got older, around 20 years or so of age, I began having rare occurrences of sleep paralysis. Every time there would be almost always in my doorway. It would be her, just standing there. Then she would bolt over to my bed and terrify the living fuck out of me, poking and prodding me with her bony-ass fingers while hysterically laughing like a goddamn lunatic. I hate it with a passion. I wouldn't have written this here if it wasn't for this instance in the Rite Aid. Makes me believe wholeheartedly that there's something more to all of it. Anyone can say what they want. I know what I saw that day, and it's stuck with me ever since. It forever changed my view of our reality, especially when around 25 or so I began digging into the web in search of similar experiences. I then heard of a night hag, a phenomenon shared by many throughout the ages for centuries. This isn't something I would ever talk about in real life. I've told only 2 people about the event in the store and the nightmares. It'll probably stay that way. But thank you for taking the time to listen to all this, and thank you for providing me with a group of open-minded people who believe that there's something more to all of this as well. My brother passed away, but he let me know he's still with me. My brother and my best friend passed away unexpectedly in December of 2019. It had been the hardest thing I've ever been through, and I've been through a few things. I miss him, and I always know I will, but it gave me a few undeniable signs after he passed. They all took place within 3 to 4 days after his death, with the exception of one that happened a couple of weeks after. I'm writing this post for 2 reasons. 1, I'm hoping if it'll bring comfort to those who lost loved ones, that it'll help strengthen your knowing that they're not really gone. 2, I'm hoping others will read this post and share their experiences of loved ones giving them signs after they passed. I'm going to write the events out in chronological order, starting with the first. However, I'm not going to share all of them, just a few. He went to bed and died very shortly after, sometime between 1 and 2 a.m. My fiancé and I were in our house, and we were up late as usual. It was about 3 in the morning, and we heard a pretty loud bang. We thought, what the hell was that? I walked out of the room, and there was a sign on the wall. It had been pulled off. Not only the sign, but the entire nail it was on was missing, and the sign was about 6 feet down the hardwood hallway. We've all been together 8 years, and we have that sign up the whole time. It's never fallen off the wall. We bought a house and we moved in maybe a year and a half ago, and it was one of the very first things that we put up, and it hasn't moved since. The sign had metal grooves and teeth on the back, which allowed it to grip the nail very securely. I never ever say things like this because I think maybe this never would happen, but I said to my girl, I wonder if that was your mom trying to say hi. I couldn't think of a logical explanation, and your mom passed away a year ago. Once again, not the type of conclusion I jumped to. The words written on the sign were, "Keep calm and carry on." That's the first thing that he did to let us know that he was okay. It wasn't until next that I learned that he passed that I put all this together. 2 days after he died, my mom, my fiance, and I were going through old photo albums to get pictures to make some photo boards for the service. Out of nowhere, apparently my arms begin to curl up. I begin shaking. I fall on the ground and start muttering in a way that sounded like sleep talking. They said it sounded like words, but they couldn't make it out. Obviously, they both just flip their shit and call an ambulance. I come to about 5 minutes later and I'm sitting on the couch instead of the chair, and there's EMTs everywhere. It was so weird because to me, it was like I blinked and then everything was different. I had a seizure apparently, and the weird thing is I never had a seizure. When I came to, they asked me questions. I was definitely a little bit out of it, and part of my recent memory was gone, but I did know what year it was and who the president was, all those questions. What's weird about this is when I came back to, all I kept repeating was, all I know is I was talking to my brother. I kept on repeating that, but said that I can't remember what we were talking about. This is pretty weird shit in my opinion. I've heard people get regression hypnosis done to help recall memories. I'm going to look into it and try it maybe. Maybe I did talk to him though. Never had a seizure, as I said, and when I came to, all I knew was that I was talking to my brother. Okay, so here's one y'all will probably think is the craziest. 3 days after he died, it was night before the service. I was on my way to my dad's, and we were having a small get-together with family. I saw that I got a Facebook notification. I rarely ever go on Facebook, but the one thing I always do check is my memories. I check them every day, and anytime I catch that notification. I should have seen this post once a year the past 9 years, but the weird thing is that I only ever saw it one time. That was 9 years ago, when my brother wrote it on my wall. I haven't seen it since. Anyways, we both love the band called Tool. They're our favorite. Have been for a very long time. He had posted some Tool lyrics on my wall exactly 9 years prior to this particular date. Another weird thing to add here is that he rarely used Facebook either, and if he ever posted on my wall besides this time, it would have been once more tops. So I'm on my way to my dad's, and my girl's driving, and I open my memories. And this is what I see from him written directly on my wall. Fetch me the Spirit, the Son, and the Father. Tell them their pillar of faith has ascended. It's time now, my time now. Give me my wings. My jaw about hit the fucking floor. There are just so many weird things about this. 1, he wasn't religious. 2, he never wrote on my wall. 3, what are the odds? I could go on and on with my thoughts, but I'm going to spare you. I know in my heart it was him telling me that it was his time. Somehow, the universe allowed this. I've never believed things were destined to be, but this really has me questioning everything. And I gotta admit, I find immense comfort in this. Next is one that may not seem as weird to you, but it was a huge one for me. We were very connected. And excuse me for being even more woo, but I just know it was him. My girl and I got back to my house from cleaning out the apartment. She got out of the truck and went inside. I got out a minute later, and as soon as my feet hit the ground, there was 3 very loud owl hoots in a row from the woods across the street. It sounded like it was so close if it was like the owl would be sitting right at the edge of the woods. There's more to this, but I just want to add that I absolutely love all animals, but I have this weird thing about owls. Like if I could be any animal without second thought, it would be an owl. I absolutely fucking love owls. Me too. I've never seen one in real life, so I immediately was like, what the hell? I know you guys weren't there, but it's hard to understand, but I immediately just knew it was him. So I turned to face the woods and began talking to him. I talked for about 5 to 10 minutes. No more hooting the entire time. I talked in just those 3 so far. Then the last thing I said was, I know you're here right now, but I just want to know that you aren't going to fade away into nothing. I want to know you'll always be with me. Those were the last words. I began to cry like right after that and said it simultaneously, starting to pivot towards the door. And as soon as I stopped talking, 3 loud hoots. Hoo, 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 just like the first 3 when I got out. And as I said, I know it was him. At least I took that as him telling me that he's always going to be with me and he won't fade away. Damn it, now I'm crying again. Here's the last one I'm going to share. This was the only thing that happened in the past 4-day mark for whatever reason. This was about 2 weeks out. My mom and I were driving down the road in my car. We began talking about him. I said, Mom, just remember the words that he told us. Remember the message and the lyrics that he gave us after he died. Then we said something about feeling him around us when we talked to him. No shit, right after we said this, the car in front of me changes lanes and now I'm facing the back of a minivan that has a big tool sticker in the bottom corner of the window. I absolutely did not see this car or sticker before our little conversation. I said, Mom, holy shit, that sticker is one of the bands who wrote the lyrics about it being his time and getting his wings. We just looked at each other like, what the fuck? Then I said, see, he is with us. I highly doubt that that was a coincidence. We were kind of dumbstruck, to be honest. There's a ton of evidence to support our consciousness, that it somehow goes on without our bodies. Many have near-death experiences where they were clinically dead, yet give doctors, EMTs, and nurses and all these things facts about where they were going on to, and they had no way of knowing it. Even things that took place on different floors of the building in totally different locations. Facts people provide after an NDE are called vertical evidence. Veretical. Never heard that before. Veretical evidence. There's more of it than most would ever imagine, and certainly more evidence to support this than it takes to convict someone of murder in a court of law. There are even numerous universities now that have departments dedicated to this sort of thing, as well as evidence of past lives. The Mirror Ghost. Experienced something so fucking creepy I was an insomniac for weeks after this. I'm usually known for having a highly logical and realistic approach towards life. Hence, I was against comprehending the whole ghosts, paranormal, and supernatural experience thing. But ever since this occurred, I've remained silent and neutral to the whole debate, attempting to observe and read and learn more. The room where this happened was previously used by my late grandmother, who had passed away around 6 months before this incident. It's important to visualize the room to understand the incident completely. The room was of a rectangular cross-section, with the entrance being in the smaller-sided one, in one of the corners. Right in front of the entrance, immediately, was an attic wooden dressing room, comprising of an old mirror and a plank and a wooden cupboard, which had mirrors attached to its doors. A double cot bed was placed right in front of these two. I like sleeping with minimal light and doors closed. I used to sleep facing the mirror on the cupboard, on the right edge of the bed. I was in a deep sleep when suddenly around 3:30 a.m. I got up with my heartbeat pumping high and me sweating profusely. I was feeling feverish and weak. It was an extremely unnatural vibe. These things didn't make much sense to me. I tried to calm myself down, checked the time, and decided to go back to sleep. This whole experience was around 8 to 10 seconds. Now is when things got extremely bizarre. Right before I closed my eyes, in that split second, I could see something in that mirror, the one attached to the cupboard right opposite to me. At this moment, my heartbeat jumped out of bounds. I could feel my sweat dropping down, my mind going insane by this. As I don't believe in such things, I exploded in my head, questioning everything. Something was hovering right above me, with its hands inside my head. It was made up of bones, with its head looking like that of an alien organism, with weird facial hair over an unnatural skull structure. The face was very disfigured, almost insect-like, and it was hovering in raggedy gray-colored clothing. I had to see it again to make myself sure that I wasn't just paranoid or insane. So, after 2 to 3 seconds of panic, I opened my eyes and looked in the mirror. I find it still above me with its hands deep inside my head. It was doing something. The moment it noticed me watching in the mirror, it started moving along the edge towards the dark corner which was adjacent to the entrance. Now I turn to my left and see there's nothing. I turn to the cupboard mirror and I see it hovering away. Turn back to the left, yet again nothing. Turn to the dressing table mirror again and I could see it hovering towards the corner of the room. Well, I couldn't see the same when I turned my head, so by this point, I was a shell shock. Goosebumps all over, in a complete state of panic and paranoia, moving my head left and straight repeatedly as I watched it hover to the corner of the room and vanish into thin air. At this point, I couldn't control or calm myself as I attempted to go about it with logic. It just didn't seem to make any sense. I saw that thing clearly in the mirrors while I didn't see anything outside of it. I turned on the lights and just stayed up Googling about such experiences, trying to get myself out of the panic and shock. It took me weeks to get myself sleeping normally after that. The haunting of my apartment. I might need help. I'm a 17-year-old and I live in Bangladesh. I live with my parents and 2 brothers in an apartment that we own. My parents bought it before I was born. We've been hearing sounds like heavy furniture moving in the apartment above us at midnight, and sometimes sounds of stomping in and out of our apartment since I was 4. That's what I think caused that. I know that this was just because I was a toddler. My mom asked the owners of that apartment about this, but they claimed to have never heard or moved anything that late at night. One night at around 3 o'clock in the morning, 2017, my dad went to the washroom, and he ran back asking if any of us came near the washroom or not. None of us did, and he told us to check the apartment if there's any intruder. After an hour of searching, we were sure that there was no intruder. He explained why he made us search. He was very sure that he saw a shadow around 3 feet tall, and it ran the moment my dad saw it. After a few months of this incident, my dad felt something pushed him in the washroom. In April of 2018, my dad saw the shadow again. He called us right at that moment from our room at the hour of 2 o'clock at night. This time I told everyone to be quiet and stay in my room. I turned off every electrical appliance except for the lights. It was so silent I could hear the fan from the apartment upstairs. I sat in the room my dad saw the shadow in and turned on my phone camera. I asked, "If anything's here in this apartment, please give me a sign. Can you show yourself or move the bottle over there? If you can push people, you can push that bottle. If anything's here, please give me any sign." With the corner of my eyes, I saw a black figure standing in the balcony. Our balcony is connected with 3 rooms, so it's quite a big balcony. I quickly moved my head and it was there, the shadow. The shadow was there. It was a translucent, dark human-like figure, 3 feet tall and no face. Even though it was translucent and had no face, I could feel that the shadow was looking at me. I froze for a second. Then I quickly pointed my camera at the shadow in hopes of having proof, but it ran before I got the chance to get in the camera. I ran behind it, but as soon as I reached the balcony and turned to the direction that it ran, there was nothing. It disappeared before I reached the balcony. I came back to my room and asked my dad, "Is the shadow you saw translucent?" "Yeah," he said. "Was it 3 feet tall?" Again, his answer was yes. "Did it have a face?" No, it didn't," he replied. I wasn't pretty damn sure that I saw this thing that my dad saw. I concentrated on the video, hoping I got something, but when I reached the part where I saw the shadow, my hopes of proof were gone. I got nothing. Just when I was going to pause the video and delete it, I heard a voice in the video. I can swear I didn't hear this when I was recording, and as I mentioned before, it was very quiet, and if anyone said anything, I should have heard it. In the recording, the moment I came from the balcony to the middle of the room in which I saw the shadow, in a deep voice was recorded in the video. What it said was incoherent. It was my first EVP. A few weeks later, I was in my room texting my friends and slowly felt very sleepy. It was around 3 at night, and I have some local horror podcasts downloaded on my phone, and it suddenly started playing. I paused and closed my eyes again. The podcast started playing again, and this time, I couldn't move. Suddenly, a bell started ringing in front of my door. I tried to scream, I struggled to scream, but no use. My parents are light sleepers, and it's impossible that my parents won't wake up to the sound of this loud, but no one came. The sound of the bell dimmed slowly and stopped. Finally, my throat could make a voice, and the podcast stopped. I could move again. I asked my parents if they heard anything. They were surprised to hear what happened, and they confirmed that they didn't hear anything at all. A month after this incident, everything was normal. And after I came back from school, my mom asked, "What happened last night?" I was so surprised. I was pretty sure everything was normal. My mom explained that they had heard me scream and everyone woke up and ran into my room. I was standing on my bed and pointing towards the balcony, and there was nothing. I'm surprised because I'm sure I don't sleepwalk, and I remember the exact time I wake up in the night before to drink water, so I don't remember what happened. The very next day, my something invisible grabbed my mom's head and threw her towards a wall. Thankfully, the injury wasn't severe, just a little swelling. She swore she didn't trip, and she felt something grabbed her head, but it was invisible. We almost forgot these happened after about a year of nothing paranormal happening. It was the season of mangoes in our country. Every house had at least one basket of mangoes. It was tenant night, and I was cutting a mango, and my mom suddenly scolded me. "Why did you tell me your dad wanted a mango when he didn't?" I was shocked as I was sitting here the whole time cutting a mango, and I explained it to my mom that it wasn't me. My mom said that she clearly saw me coming into her room, and it was my voice that she heard. It was me that she saw. Yet, it wasn't me. I can't be in two places at once. After this happened, we got our apartment blessed, and nothing paranormal happened afterwards. We did some renovations, and again a week after that, my little brother saw a shadow. I told this story to a paranormal investigator, and right after he heard that, we did some renovation and he asked if we did anything with the main door or any entrance doors. We did, and he said blessing a house is like a mosquito net. We changed the doors, which means that now there are holes in the net, and now shadows can come in again. In May of 2020, I discovered long, straight scratches in my back from the top end. It's impossible for me to scratch my back like this. And one day in the middle of May, I heard a knock on my door. The door was open and there was no one standing there who could knock. A minute later, I heard the knock again, and this time, I turned to see immediately, but no one was there. The 31st of May 2020 at 3:50 a.m., my older brother ran into our parents' room and told them something grabbed his hand and pulled it. He didn't see what it was. I'll keep you updated if anything new happens. If any of you know what this is and what I can do, please leave a comment. The haunting of my apartment. Footsteps. It was the 1st of June 2020. I tried sleeping in my younger brother's room, since the charging socket is near the bed, and he sleeps with our parents. After 12 o'clock, I heard 2 footsteps. Maybe from the apartment above ours, but my bed vibrated. It vibrated as beds normally vibrate when somebody stomps near it. After 2 or 3 minutes, I heard the footsteps again. I turned on the lights, but there was nothing. I ran out of the room and filled a bottle with holy water. I came back in the room, and a few minutes after, I turned off the light. I heard the footsteps again. I sprinkled some holy water in that direction, and again, after a few minutes, I heard the footsteps again. This time, I sprinkled holy water in the whole room, and the footsteps were gone. An hour or 2 went by, and suddenly I heard 2 footsteps, and my bed vibrated again. I was too tired, so I was sprinkling holy water in the direction, and I fell asleep sprinkling it. June 2nd, 2020. I turned off the lights in that room, and as I went to bed, exactly at 11:45, I heard 3 footsteps. This time, I noped out of the room and slept in my own room. I told my mom to be in that room for her midnight prayers. I made an excuse that I'll be in the room that she normally prays in. The next day, she told me she heard footsteps in the room that night. Now, I'm sure it isn't playing in my mind. I forgot to record the date and time, but this time, I tried to record the footsteps. Every night any of us try to sleep in that room, they hear the footsteps. As soon as I heard the footsteps for the first time that night, I went to my elder brother in the next room and asked if he heard any footsteps himself. He didn't hear any, so I think it isn't the apartment upstairs. I went back in the room and sprinkled holy water on the bed and on whenever I heard the footsteps to make sure I don't get attacked. When I replayed the recording, the noise from the fan was too loud to hear anything else. 26th of June, 2020. This night I tried to record the footsteps. Again. I turned on the AC this time instead of the fan, and I kept the recorder on. After 1 o'clock I heard the first footsteps, just like every time the bed vibrated. Again, after a few minutes I heard footsteps. I hear 2 or 3 footsteps every time. It's just the usual. To mark the time I heard the footsteps, I said something out loud after the footsteps. So when I hear the recording, I know when I heard the footsteps. My mom's phone was with me, and she had an alarm for 3 o'clock. The moment the phone vibrated, the footsteps went crazy. I heard 20 to 30 footsteps in a row. It's way more than usual. It sounded like the invisible entity was almost running around in the whole room. I sprinkled holy water immediately, and I screamed out a prayer. The pace of the footsteps increased while I was praying, and the second the prayer ended, the footsteps stopped. Nothing else happened that night. As I replayed 3 hours of recording the next day, I heard sounds of breathing or growling, or perhaps a faint voice, just when I heard the footsteps, but no footsteps were recorded. Strangely, what I heard wasn't recorded, and what I didn't hear was. In the recording, I was sprinkling holy water as the footsteps went crazy, and I heard a voice. In my language, it whispered, "What is this?" Then a normal voice, "Oh, this." After this was recorded, I started praying, and nothing unusual could be heard while I was praying. I'm 100% sure my house is haunted, and here's why. Me and my roommate moved into this place about 10 months ago. The landlord who lives above us told us this place is haunted. Our landlord is 80 years old and channels. She says she channels her higher self, as well as living people, people who passed on, and Ashtar. Okay, that's cool, sure. When we looked at the house, we saw the sauna has an old wooden door. But after we moved in, handprints appeared on the door, and they looked like they were dragging down. Sure, that's fine. Fast forward a little bit and I'm in the bathroom. My roommate downstairs in his room. I hear footsteps coming up the stairs, and I wait to see if he pops up. Nope. Call him over Facebook and I ask, "Are you upstairs?" I can hear him downstairs in the room. "No, I'm in bed, why?" I explained that I heard footsteps. I go down to his room, and later he needs to use the bathroom. The same thing happens to him. He hears footsteps, and no one's there. We stayed in the same room that night, and next thing that happened was creepy as hell. Me and my roommate were sitting in his bedroom, watching some videos and drawing. He has this old music snow globe, and he has it on his dresser. The video that we had playing was a gameplay video, and it had music box music for the background song. We thought the sound was a little odd, so we paused it, put the video back 10 seconds and played it again. Then we realized it was the snow globe that was playing. We basically shit ourselves. A while later, where we were in bed in the middle of the night when we both heard a bang. We didn't go see what it was because, nope. When we got up the next day, his Silver the Hedgehog pop-up figure was on the ground, with his limbs, all 4 of them, ripped off. There was a hand on the sofa, 2 feet off the ground, a leg under a blanket, and 2 just on the floor. The GameCube that we have was also opened, and the creepy thing was, the little clear stand pop figures have was unmoved and untouched. A month later, I used this filter on TikTok. It's supposed to catch ghosts. It has glowing eyes and would appear when it finds a face. I felt like something was watching me and I started to film. I walked up the stairs to the main floor and something popped up at face level. Looking like it was peeking around the corner, I ran into my room. A week ago, our landlord was out for a family thing, and we heard someone running up and down the hall at like 11 p.m. at night. We heard banging and thumping. It sounded like someone was dropping like 45 pounds. Our landlord's not the strongest and can't run or carry things. We find out later that she wasn't even home. Again, a few days ago, I was downstairs trying to find some towels, and my roommate's upstairs. He said, Rose, are you up here?" I replied with just, "Nope. Why?" Not even a minute later, I hear something loudly whisper in my ear, "Pookie," which is just a weird thing to me and my roommate say to each other. I jumped out of my skin and looked to the door, wondering if a roommate snuck up on me, but he was upstairs, still in the bathroom. 2 days ago, I cleaned the bathroom. All was good. Like, I was proud of that room. Yesterday, we found a dead spider on the dresser. Today, all the legs were ripped off and placed around it. We constantly feel like we're being watched, and we always hear footsteps. Have you ever felt like somebody is giving you a death glare? You can imagine it. You can feel it. But when you look around, no one's there. That's how we feel a lot. When we come home from work, we can feel it looking at us through the window. But we're moving soon, and it's starting to get worse. We mentioned moving before the whispering in my ear, and I don't know if it wants us to stay or go. Phone call from recently deceased father's phone. This happened around June of this year. It was the latest of things that's happened to me and my family in the last 2 years. I posted about something I saw in my grandmother's house a few months ago. Still not sure what it was. My father died late last year. He wasn't feeling well, and that was pretty uncharacteristic of him, as he was known for being in shape and not really looking his age. He was then diagnosed with late-stage cancer, then passed away a month after. It was too sudden. My family and I still struggle to accept how quick it was, especially to somebody like him. My mother wanted to keep her and my father's tradition of traveling to his homeland every year. Went alone with a bit of his ashes. I stayed home to help out my brothers with their grandmother. Everything was going fine. A day later, my mother calls me and asks if we called her on my father's phone. I asked my brother about this, and he was just as confused as I was. He went to my parents' room and dug out my father's phone. It was bone dry, and we had to plug it in to even turn it on. With my mother still on the phone, we told her. My mother's a believer, unlike me, so she accepted it. I like to think that it gave her some comfort. Again, I can't explain it. Short of my mother lying, which she would never do, especially with stuff about my father, there's no other reason that I can think of that explains why my mother received a call from my father's phone. Talking about these experiences is somewhat therapeutic, though. A lot more stuff has happened. My skeptical mind keeps trying to explain these things. Some I can, others like this and the post before I just can't. I might post more of those instances if the mood strikes. Cross-country hitchhiker premonition. This happened in 1993. My girlfriend, 22, and I, 21, drove across country to visit some colleges that we were looking at graduate studies during spring break. We didn't have much money, so we had an arrangement where one person would drive and the other person would sleep, and we would trade places, thus avoiding hotels and minimizing the time it takes to drive so many miles. I was sleeping, girlfriend was driving. It was 3 a.m. and we were heading east on 90 in Montana, traveling through the Crow Reservation. My girlfriend woke me up. She said it was urgent. She said that she had a strong feeling that she had to pick up a hitchhiker. It was dark and we were traveling 70 miles an hour and there was no hitchhiker. I was not happy to be woken up, and I explained that 1, waking me up at 3 a.m. impedes my ability to drive for my shift. 2, it's 3 a.m. and there's no hitchhiker. 3, picking up a hitchhiker is absurd. And 4, a strong feeling is irrelevant if there is, in fact, no hitchhiker. Did I mention that there was no hitchhiker? I felt secure in my argument, you could say that. And she felt secure in her feeling that she had to pick up a hitchhiker. It would seem that we were at an impasse. I thought my girlfriend was illogical and absurd. This whole time we were driving 70 miles an hour, and it was low visibility because of the dark, and the headlights only illuminate so much, so there's no way that we could have seen. There ahead on the side of the road was a hitchhiker. He had a van on the side of the road. My girlfriend stopped. I didn't say anything because I had hinged my whole argument around there being no hitchhiker, and here they stood at 3 a.m. on the side of the road. We picked him up and drove into Wyoming. Our car stopped working. It just lost power and we went to the side of the road. The 3 of us hitchhiked, but ultimately a police cruiser picked us up. We ended up going to the hitchhiker's house in Sheridan and camped out there while our car was towed in, manually using a rope, I might add. And they fixed the Ford Escort wagon with a vacuum leak. I mean, to think a piece of bubblegum could have fixed the problem, but when the car was fixed, we were on our way again. Just the occasional visitor. My family has a little cabin in the Wooded Hills of New York, Southern Tier. Most of the time, it's an amazing place to go and relax in nature. No bad vibes or dark pasts to be found, at least as far back as we know the history of the land. Thing is, if you spend the night and get very lucky, you'll get to hear a visitor on the porch. If you're even quote-unquote luckier, that visitor might make their way inside and have a walk around the kitchen. While nobody has ever seen or even had the faintest trace of whoever or whatever stops by, the loud heel-toe clomping of heavy boots pacing back and forth along that length of the porch is hard to miss. It's also very easy to replicate. Basically, anyone with a pair of boots can take a slow, deliberate walk and sound exactly like our guest. Thing is, this cabin is up on pylons to stabilize it when the ground moves in the winter, and the floor is very shaky and bouncy. You can feel a person walking, especially if they're clomping about in boots. There isn't the slightest vibration when the footsteps start outside, or inside for that matter. Now, my father and I are, you could say, the skeptical type. We need to try all the mundane things that could possibly make a noise before we admit it's something paranormal. Thing is, this has been happening for longer than I've been alive, and not a single person has been able to replicate it. Nothing on the porch blowing in the breeze sounds like boots, and they certainly don't move from one end of the porch to the other. The gutters are secure, and someone would have seen an animal by now, and of course, it only happens at night, which I used to think was a ghost hunting show cliche, but I guess it is what it is. Physical interaction. I'm usually a skeptical person, but I've had experiences which I can't explain. One of them happened last summer when I was visiting family in the UK. They were renovating their house, which is about 350 years old, and almost every part of the house had been demolished and transformed into a modern home, except for the entryway, which remained the only part of the original structure. The entryway is connected to the kitchen and has one of those doors which has two parts, where it's basically in half and you can open the top and the bottom. I was stirring my coffee in the kitchen. Everyone had left the house for personal errands. And while stirring, I suddenly got this inexplicable feeling where you feel like you're being watched. I could almost hear what sounded like walking on gravel, which was outside the entryway. I thought maybe that one of my cousins were home and I was expecting them to walk in at any second, yet they didn't. Things then got suddenly quiet. Even the birds stopped chirping. It was almost kind of like I zoned out. I'm not sure how to explain it, but after zoning out in silence for about 4 seconds, I heard a very loud and sudden bang. I looked over towards the source of the noise, and the entryway door's top was shaking and swinging outward. I went over to it, peeked outside. Nobody. I looked around for something which could have maybe fallen and hit it. Nothing. Nobody was home, no cars were in the driveway. No large animals around either. The birds then began chirping again. Their house isn't on a public road, it's in the countryside. What's weird is that both parts of the door were shut, and although it opens both ways, you'd have had to hit it from the inside for it to have swung outward like it did. My 7-year-old saw something that terrified her. Help? Okay, so first off, I come from a long line of witches. My mother and a couple of my siblings see things as well, and I grew up on the East Coast in multiple haunted houses, and I've had endless paranormal experiences, to the point where even seeing an occasional spirit barely bothers me anymore. My kids also see spirits, especially my oldest, a 9-year-old girl. I've also basically been interested in cryptids and crime and a lot of strange things ever since I was little, way before it was quote-unquote cool. Anyway, I mention that because I really know my cryptid stories, and I have no idea what the hell my kids saw, so I'd like some opinions. Anyways, I'm now in the PNW, and I've seen weird things here, but less spirits than the East. So tonight, my daughter went across the house to the bedroom that I keep as my office, which has tons of clothing and stuff to list on eBay and mailing supplies and things like that. It's a mess right now. I threw clean comforters in there that I washed so my cats and dogs don't lay all over them or knock them on the floor. One wall is made of 2 huge windows facing our front. Anyways, my youngest, my 7-year-old girl, went to grab a comforter out of there to bring up to me in my bed. Because I was changing the sheets for us to go to bed soon, she was gone for like 15 minutes or more, and I was getting annoyed because I wasn't sure what was taking her so long and why she wasn't saying anything when I kept calling out to her. I just wanted to make sure that she was grabbing the comforter. I finally was about to go check, since I put all the sheets on and all that stuff already, and she comes screaming and crying into my room, absolutely losing it, crying so hard she's shrill and red-faced. I couldn't even understand what she was saying. I asked if she was okay, and she said no. I thought she got hurt and asked if she fell down. She shook her head no again. She finally told me what happened after trying to calm her down for a good 3 or more minutes. She said she saw something watching her through the big windows. We have had 2 break-ins before, and it's not a very safe area, so I immediately started to freak out and asked if it was a man, because I'd call to the police and get my gun. She said no, it isn't a man. I asked her again who was looking at her. She said it was as tall as a man, but reddish pink, like it had no skin, and had no face, and had hands but clumps for feet. She kept telling me that he had no face and no ears and not even a bump where his nose should be, and he was standing at the window, twitching, and that she got tangled up into the comforter and was on the floor crying, scared to move or yell. Until she finally jumped up and ran, got her headphones tangled in the door, and the thing ran by the window, and she abandoned them. I checked, and they are tangled in the door. She ran for me. I asked her if she was crying and freaking out. So she was screaming at me not to go in there, so I didn't. I ran across the house and got my 9-year-old and brought her into my room to sleep as well, because I'm unnerved. She was 100% serious about what she saw and would never make something like that up, especially not with the kind of terror she had. Does anyone know what the fuck looks like that? A raw hamburger Slender Man, I guess? I'm weirded the hell out and I really don't want to sleep now. I was attacked by something dark in my dreams, and I'm convinced an angel or something saved me. When I was about 5 or 6, Dad had enough of me climbing into their bed at night and told me that day I was to stay in my own bed from now on. He was not a great dad to have in the first place, and so any experience with him was traumatizing for a young girl. I had gone to bed, and a short while later, I began to have the most horrific dream of my life. I still remember it 30-ish years later. I awoke in the dream to terror, blood everywhere, on me, on the walls, the floor. Blood was splashed like a murder scene from Dexter. I knew my entire family had been murdered, and I could sense the haunting being near me, wanting to hunt me. It wanted me. I could sense it in my dream. There was a feeling of malice and a sense that I was the prey. Feelings that still haunt me to this day. I sensed that I could not let this thing touch me, but that it already had its claws wrapped around my soul. It did not have me yet, but I felt like I was in serious danger. This is when I became aware that I was in a dream. You see, I know that I'm a sensitive. I was born vulnerable. I sense emotions in others, and often sense bad things and some good things when they're near. But I digress. Back to the story. With a sudden awareness that I was dreaming came the ability to create things inside my mind. Dad and I had a conversation about lucid dreaming because I would constantly climb into their bed at night due to nightmares. Unfortunately, that also brought the awareness that I was stuck inside my dream, inside my very mind. This obviously caused more terror and adrenaline to flood my psyche. I was in full fight-or-flight mode from this thing that very clearly wanted to do something very bad to me. So I ran, hid, and played tricks to think I was in one place when I was in another. But where is a 6-year-old child going to hide from some ancient evil, especially one that has already gained access to the vulnerable, newly emerged sensitive that doesn't even realize she has this new ability? I was absolutely terrified and had nowhere to go, and the thing was exceptionally strong. This went on for quite a while, and I could feel the dark being getting closer to that part of me that would be open. It would be opening the final lock, if you will, into my soul. I remember thinking, where could I go that it wouldn't find me? I was beginning to panic. I could only fight intrinsically for so long. I was using my abilities inadvertently when I took control of the dreamscape. But that would only hold the dark being for so long. With its experience, age, and powers of its own, it was only a matter of time. Plus, it could just come back the next night and try again, right? Suddenly, the dream simply vanished, and I hit REM. I know, abrupt, right? I've always been a light sleeper, especially for any type of light source, so I was out. When I stirred awake to a brilliant white light surrounding me, I was folded against someone's chest and held in their arms as they walked down my home's hallway to my parents' room at the end. I just saw enough to see where I was, that I was safe, and then I was out again. This new being must have sensed that I was awake and could see them because I was overwhelmed by sleep again, and I don't remember making it to the end of the hallway, let alone being placed in my parents' bed. Right next to my mom, literally almost into her very arms. I awoke to my mom's blow dryer the next morning, had no idea how I got there. When Mom and I talked about it, she voiced to me that she had seen the glowing being as well. That night she had mistaken it for my dad, but when she asked him, he stated he had been asleep all night and hadn't gotten up for anything. We were shocked, to say the least. I actually just recently realized that I hadn't told my mother the first half of the story, and she only had a partial picture of the entire encounter. There were 2 beings that night, one of dark and malevolence, one of light and joy. The second probably saved my life. I'm not certain that my powers were manifesting that week, but because I was so young, I was unable to protect myself. Adults generally develop a natural barrier over time, but I was vulnerable. That thing saw an opportunity in my new abilities and thought to take my soul while it could. I was especially vulnerable as I had just lost my baby sister to drowning very recently, a terrible tragedy that likely triggered the activation of my abilities. I don't adhere to Christian values or beliefs anymore. Having grown up in the church made me decidedly non-Christian. But I can't deny that this very real experience happened to me, especially since I was not the only person to see one of these beings. Mom believes it was Jesus, but I'm more inclined to believe it was just our family guardian that I've seen and felt over the years, many times beyond this first encounter. Who's really to say? All I can do is share the story, write it down as a true experience from my personal history, and share it with you, that both types of energy are out there. Whether you believe me or not, it's your choice. Some of it does sound crazy. Oh, this silly woman thinks she's got some psychic abilities. The story is obviously fake. Feel free to be a skeptic. I'm kind of one myself. I have a degree in psychology. I realize how it sounds. All I can say is this really happened to me and my family, and remember, I also have a corroborating witness, so... Something woke me up at 4 a.m. and might be related to several events that happened before. This event happened in the middle of last half of last year of 2022, and the middle of the first half of this year, 2023. Here's the background story. I, Mike, am a student in the Polytechnic of Port Dickson, Malaysia. I was living in a house with 6 of my classmates in a nearby, somewhat remote small town of Pasir Panjang in the same district. We're used to commuting to our college using several roads with a stretch of about 10 kilometers, which runs in the middle of the forest and an oil palm plantation. The road had no road lights. We depend on our high beams when using that road at night because we literally can't see anything beyond 20 meters. I have a bike which I use to commute from place to place, just like the other 5 of my classmates. One guy had a car, which we often go carpooling on too. Now, on to the first story. 2022. Me and 5 of my mates went out to eat at night after a hiking trip to a nearby hiking spot on the weekend, leaving one guy, and let's call him Chad, at home because he was just sleeping. While we were returning home from eating outside, we received a text in the group chat that we made for us, and it was from my friend back home saying something like, "What time will you come home?" It felt lonely in this house because Mike is still sleeping in his room. It was weird because I was in the car with the rest of the housemates, so I replied, "I'm not in the house, bro. I went with them." He was silent after that until we reached home. After reaching home, we opened the door and saw him crouching in a fetal position by the staircase in the living room with a scared expression on his face. We all were about to ask what was wrong, but he told us what happened. He said he saw me sleeping on the floor in my room, feet facing the door with the lights and fan off. He didn't think about anything at first until he got my message in the group chat. He realized that it was not me that he saw, and his stomach dropped upon reading my message. He even went to check my room again to make sure nobody was in there, and nobody was. We were joking around about him, and even knocked on my room's door to let myself know that I'm going in. We didn't take him too seriously, just to calm his nerves down. We don't have trouble sleeping that night, but I'm sure he didn't get any sleep. A few weeks go on, and one day when I was downstairs with one of my housemates doing assignments while waiting for my other housemates to arrive from eating outside, I noticed someone walking barefoot outside the gate. The gate was open, so I had to look and analyze the person walking. It made footstep sounds, but something felt off. So I went over to have a look. I opened my door and walked to the gate to see, but the man was gone. I was curious, so I walked in the same direction as I saw it walking and looked along each road at the 4-way. The person was gone. It was really quick judging from the time that it took me to reach the outside gate, maybe 10 seconds. I went back inside to tell my housemate who's doing assessments about what had just happened. Fast forward a few weeks, and I was riding my motorcycle alone through the dark road after eating outside with my mates. This time, I'm the only person, the only one not in the car with them, and midway there was an intersection, which was the only lit-up part of the road, and I was going to switch lanes. So I looked at my side mirror to make sure that there were no cars behind me so I can safely merge. But I noticed a reflection of a person in a white cloth on my back seat waving in the wind. I was wearing all black at that time. I didn't think of it too much because I'm more concerned about my safety on the dark road. As I went deeper into the road, the reflection became darker and darker due to the absence of light in the area, so I kept on riding home without much thought. But as I was arriving home, I parked my bike outside the gate and looked at my bike from afar. I didn't want to open the gate because I didn't want anything that followed me to come inside with me, so I waited for my friends to arrive before making a decision. I told quote-unquote it to go away and to not follow me, but I don't know if it worked. I was having cold sweats and chills at that time. As my friends arrive, Chad asked me what was wrong. I told him everything that happened like the story above. He told me to calm down and advised me to tell it to go away and to not bother us. I did just that and went inside like normal. No nightmares nor disturbances that night, so I believe it was all fine. Ever since that day, I'm getting more and more paranoid when riding my bike at night. I noticed this particular smell when riding. It smells like flowers, but it was unpleasantly fragrant. Fragrant. Feels like you're smelling someone with perfume up close. But the smell don't come every time that I went through that road, though. Another day I went through another road that led to our home. It's been a couple of weeks since I last smelled that fragrant smell. Until that moment, I felt like something was wrong, and I said out loud in my full-faced helmet, "Do not follow me." However, at that moment, I didn't see anything behind me in my side mirror. It was getting annoyed at that point. Or perhaps I don't know. I don't even feel scared of it, nor threatened. It just feels like you're being played. We then went on semester break, which I attended a camp for a month and returned back to the same house the next semester. We didn't have any encounters for a good couple of months from the beginning of the semester, until one day that I was sleeping downstairs in the living room and was woken up by a voice that seemed to mimic the voice of Chad. Wake up, Mike. I thought something bad had happened, so I opened my eyes. But to my vision, the whole living room is dark, with the exception of our porch light shining through. I did saw someone tall standing over me, but I thought it was Chad who woke me up. So I asked him, "What's wrong?" But I didn't get a reply. I then looked at the thing standing over me to see if it's really him. It was really tall and dark, but I couldn't see a face since it was dark and I just woke up from sleep. I then realized something is off by the unusual length of delay in getting a response. So I told it, "Don't fucking bother me, I'm sleeping," then rolled to my right and closed my eyes. I then heard footsteps at the staircase. It was not like somebody going back up to their room, but instead, the footsteps sounded like it was going up and down the stairs multiple times. I got annoyed by this and looked at the staircase with the intention to yell at whoever was playing at the staircase. But there was nobody there. The sound of footsteps were still there and continued for about 5 minutes. Then my friend's watch alarm sounded, which then I knew what time it was. The watch showed 5 a.m., so this incident happened at like 4+ a.m. I told my housemates everything in the morning. Until today, I do not know what entities were these things that hitched a ride behind me, the smell and the tall figure calling my name and waking me up. All I knew was what I saw, what I heard, and what I smelled, and that I felt them. Might need to taste them to have the complete experience of the 5 senses. Feel free to speculate what could be the entity that I encountered, or how it might be related, or not. Ask Reddit. When I was a sophomore in college, I got a knock on my door. I'd just gotten off the phone with my girlfriend, who had been lecturing me on how I was a dick and didn't do anything nice. By the way, this is integral to the story. I answered the door, and there was a guy who gave me a story about how his wife was in labor in a city about an hour away, and he needed a ride to his friend's house so he could borrow his car. Normally, I would have laughed and slammed the door in his face. But due to the lecture from my girlfriend, I decided today was the day I began being the nice guy. I agreed to give the guy a ride. He seemed nice enough. We talked about basketball and video games, and he had to drive really far off to a remote apartment complex that was still under construction. Weird, but I went along with it. When we get there, he directs me to park in an area really far off. Then he starts going on about how he needs money, too. I figure, you know what? I've gone this far, I might as well see this good deed through. I give him a $10 bill. Then he goes on about how that isn't enough to get where he needs to go. What the hell? I give him all the money that I have, including the change in my car, which was like $46. He gives me a strange look, and then a weird silence where it seems like he doesn't know how to react. Then he gives me a really genuine thank you and gets out of the car. I go home and go on with my day. About an hour later, there's a knock on my door. It's a cop. I answer, and he asks me if I've seen this guy. He shows me a picture of the guy I gave a ride to. No mistaking it. It was him. Same hair, same neck tattoo, and same gold teeth. I say, yeah, I just gave him a ride like an hour ago. The cop looks like he just saw a ghost. Then he proceeds to tell me about how this guy is wanted for 3 murders. His standard procedure is to go door to door until he finds someone who's stupid enough to give him a ride. Then he leads them to a remote location, pulls a gun, executes them, and steals their car. It's extremely ironic that being nice almost got me killed and probably saved my life at the exact same time. Need help identifying egg-looking entity. This is going to be a long one, so buckle up. Title might sound ridiculous, but I'm being 100% serious. Also, please excuse any errors since English isn't my first language. You're excused. I was born in St. Petersburg, Russia, and that's where I spent most of my life. I moved to a different country at 16 years old. This happened when I was about 8 or 9. Little disclaimer. At the time, I was really into all things supernatural, like many kids are. I was constantly reading about ghosts, aliens, vampires, you name it. That, and the fact that my father was being emotionally and physically abusive to both myself and my mother, parents are divorced shortly after, makes me kinda doubt that what I saw and felt wasn't actually created by my brain. Nevertheless, I'm 1000% sure it was not a dream, and I haven't experienced anything like that ever again, even in the most stressful, painful, and difficult moments of my life. I was in my room in our little flat in the center of the city, lying in my bed, lights off, playing with my stuffed animals, preparing to go to sleep. Not sure what hour of the night it was, but it must have been pretty late, since my parents had gone to bed already. I was facing the wall. My bed was placed against it, and on the opposite wall there was a window, under which stood my table and an office chair. I was calm, sleepy, consumed by my own thoughts. Suddenly I felt an incredibly, intense sense of terror, as if there was something sinister in the room behind me, staring at me. It was so intense that I couldn't even find the courage to turn around and look at it. So I didn't. I laid with my eyes closed, heart pounding, until I finally managed to fall asleep. But the very next night, it happened again. Same scenario, except this time I was facing the room. The edge of my bed was pretty tall to stop me from rolling off of it in my sleep. So I still couldn't see whatever was there. But just like the first time, I felt its presence, and I was terrified. But my curiosity got the best of me, and I raised my head to take a look. Floating in the center of the room, right above my chair, was something I lacked the vocabulary to describe with one word. It looked like a vaguely rectangular thing, roughly 2 meters tall, 1.5 meters wide, give or take, and it was glowing softly. It had a bright yellow center, also vaguely rectangular, and the rest of it was white, kind of like an egg. If I had to describe its texture, I would say it looked like a mix between a cloud and the surface of a body of water in constant motion. That's why I said its shape was vague, as it was constantly changing slightly and didn't have any sharp edges. The color also wasn't uniform, with some parts more opaque than others. Now that I've reread my probably very confusing description, kind of sounds like I'm describing a portal, but it didn't feel inviting in the slightest. It felt like an independent entity with a mind of its own, and it felt hostile. That said, I looked at it for only a couple of seconds before I plunged my head back into the pillow, just trying to hide behind the edge of the bed, and I closed my eyes. I don't exactly remember what happened after that, but what I assume and hope what happened is that I fell asleep after a while. Just like on the first night. It's been over 10 years now. I haven't seen or felt it again, and I really hope it stays that way. I still think about it from time to time, though. What was it? Was it watching me? Was it trying to make its presence known? And most importantly, where is it now? Haunted Doll's Ghost. This happened probably half a year ago, but I didn't have this account back then, and just didn't think to post it here. But I think it's worth sharing anyway. So I'm a 19-year-old male, and I've been living in a small apartment for a while now, alone. I collect secondhand porcelain and clown dolls, and there's only one of them that's been showing me peculiar acts. She's a porcelain doll, my only non-clown doll. I bought her since she looked almost sad. I don't know how to explain that. I take a pretty good care of all my dolls. I clean them and keep them in a showcase. First weird thing that happened was that she had moved. She usually is facing forward, but she had turned towards my apartment's door, which is on her right. Another weird thing that she's done is that her eyes have been following me. I thought at first that I probably didn't see correctly, and also that I myself had moved the doll without realizing. But I think my mind changed after the ghost encounter. I was drawing, watching videos on my laptop, when I noticed something weird on my left, near my bed and the showcase. There's a curtain that separates my bed and the showcase and the bookcases that didn't hide my bedroom all the way. I live in a one-room apartment, so my bedroom and living room is the same room. The curtain brings some privacy. I turned my head to look, as if to convince myself that there wasn't anything creepy, and instead, I saw a small, probably around 6 or 8-year-old girl. She had long, wavy, almost blonde, almost white, long, dark dress that looked old. I didn't see clearly since I was so surprised and kind of scared, to be honest. But the ghost was vivid. I could see half of her dress since she was only peeking, but I could see her feet and head from behind the curtain. I remember she had a sort of scared and unsure look on her face. But when I tried to look again, she was already gone. I wasn't that scared after it, just cautious and shocked that I saw what I saw. I've been taking good care of the doll, which I know was the ghost's doll. I sense a connection between them, and none of my other dolls have shown any paranormality. I haven't seen her since. I hope she's okay, either roaming around here or resting finally, I don't know. I hope my text is good. English isn't my first language. And please tell me if I broke any rules. I read them, but I'm always a bit unsure about posting new subreddits and stuff. I also tried to add a photo of the doll too. Ask Reddit. I met a man once who knew everything about me and said that he jumped off the San Francisco Bridge many years ago, even though I met him in Tybee Island, Georgia. Story. true in parentheses. This has haunted me for a long time. I was about 19 or 20 at that time, and I was living in Savannah, Georgia. I drank a lot. I had a crappy fake ID too. I worked this terrible job as a grunt laborer. The kind where you go to those temp labor agencies like Able Body or Labor Finders, and I'd show up at 4 a.m., work until 5 p.m., and drink myself to sleep after only taking home maybe $60 for the day. I was supposed to go to work this particular morning, but I decided to skip. It's a labor agency. They'll just find somebody else. I told the girlfriend to tell her that I want to go to the beach, Tybee. I had already started drinking. She comes over, we hop on my big, ugly van, pack up some rods, and head to the beach. I decided to have a drink across from the beach at this little bar. This is where the story gets interesting. Shortly after ordering my drink, I get this really weird feeling. I became hyper-aware of my surroundings. The door opens and I see this guy walk in and out of my peripheral vision. There was a seat between me and my girlfriend, but the bar was empty at like 9 a.m. He could have sat anywhere else. Yet, he chooses to sit right between her and I. Then he starts doing these things with his fingers. The bar top was reflective, and he takes his fingers like two little legs and starts just walking with them, skating with them on top of the counter. I guess this isn't something out of the ordinary, but I took notice because I was in school and I did that all the time. I pretended I had rollerblades on my fingers and that I was skating around my desk. I hated school, and I was always distracting myself. So I became kind of mesmerized for some reason. That's when he looks at me, and in this really kind of Germanic or Nordic accent, he says, "I notice you're a man who pays attention to detail. I'm always a man who pays attention to detail myself." Now, before I continue, I have to describe this guy. He had this short, spiky hair that was bleached at the tips, kind of like a late 90s style. He had really expensive clothes on, like a nice Prada leather jacket, nice designer jeans, really nice boots. He seemed like the kind of gay guy with an awesome fashion sense and really distinctive taste. I always remember this, because I think to myself, some weird homeless crazy guy couldn't have afforded those clothes. Anyway, the other thing that stuck out was his eyes. They were a piercing gray. It reminded me of like a husky's eyes, but his pupils just stayed this disturbing pinpoint size. They were either just extremely small, which caused his look to be kind of terrifying. His teeth were normal, right? But not at the same time. I don't know how to explain it. They were sharper than they should be, as if they were filed slightly. His hands were normal, but his fingernails were slightly long and pointed, as if he deliberately did it. He kept licking his teeth too, as if he were salivating. The thing about this guy is that you look at him and everything seems normal, but off at the same time, so you're questioning if you're crazy for thinking this. This guy then begins to start talking about the relationship between me and my girlfriend, but really strangely. He's talking about how beautiful she is and how I should pay more attention to her. I was kind of a dick to her. Shortly after he began talking like this, I almost had this knowing feeling come over me, like I knew this guy was not human. I look at my girlfriend and say, "You need to leave." She just kind of looks at me like she knows too. Without a word of protest, she gets up quietly and leaves. Later I learned that she went next door to go get a coffee. That's when this guy literally says to me with the utmost confidence, "You were supposed to go fishing today." He points at the beach across the street. "If you had, I would have drowned you in that ocean." And I shit you fucking not, he hissed. Again, for some reason, this overwhelming calm had come over me. I just ask, "Who are you?" He answers back with this crazy guttural language like back, but it was really long. It sounded Arabic or Hebrew or something. And I just, for some reason, without skipping a beat, and I have no idea why it was so calm to this day, I ask, "Say it in a way I can understand." He says, "You can call me Jimmy C. I jumped off the San Francisco Bridge years ago, and we've been watching you." From there on out, he never referred to himself as me or I, but only we. The conversation became something very strange after this. He was saying things like, "We see you taking a bath. We wish we too could feel the warmth of the water and the comfort of the steam," and other stuff. He kept buying me drinks too, specifically whiskey sours. It was like he had an endless supply of money. He smoked Marlboro ultralight cigarettes. After I don't know how long, because I lost sense of time, I told him I'm gonna leave. I walked next door to get my girlfriend, and she's stone silent. We start driving home. Don't say a word. Then I just ask, "Do you know what that was?" She just says, "That was a demon." This girl had parents that were scientists. She was really analytical, completely non-religious. That was the first thing that she said out of her mouth. Now, I don't really say this part before because to me, this is the most important aspect of the story, so I'll say it now. Because it's what's happened after this that screwed me up for fucking years. The last thing this Jimmy C guy said to me before I left is this: "Look at my car." I look outside. I see one of those newer Volkswagen Beetles. It was white. "What does the license plate say?" I look at the plate, and it literally says, "Fierce." He looks me dead in the eyes and says, "The next time you'll see me, I'll be driving a black Mercedes, and the license plate will say Utopia." Stupid, right? That night, I was still calm. I don't know why. I felt like that guy in the Office Space after his hypnotherapist died right in front of him, and he was weirdly zen. But my girlfriend started having terrible nightmares of this guy's head just staring at her in her dreams. Weeks went by, and that's when the encounter started affecting me. I found myself becoming paranoid about that black fucking Mercedes. Every black car I saw, I checked if it was a Mercedes, and if it was, I immediately looked at the license plate. Started doing it when I watched TV or movies as well. I couldn't stop. Now I'm going to fast forward a bit. About 10 years go by, and I'm 29. So this is just recently. And in silence, when I'm alone, when I'm drinking, I often think about this encounter. I still look at black Mercedes every time they pass, but I'm not so much anxious about it anymore as curious. And I remember that my girlfriend at the time always kept a journal. And by now, I'm pretty sure that I'm insane, but maybe I was drunk. Maybe I'm not remembering any of this correctly. After years of trying to find news articles of a Jimmy C that committed suicide on a San Francisco bridge, looking at black cars and so on, I feel like I'd grown out of it. Yet still, I had to know. So last year, I tracked down my ex-girlfriend. We ended up on bad terms. I find out that she's a school teacher in Wisconsin, has married a woman, and is actually trying to have a child. I figured she's not gonna talk to me, but I send her a Facebook message anyway. I ask her if she can find the journal from that day, because I have to really know about these events and if they line up with mine. Sure enough, she had it, and it contained even more detail than what I remembered, because she had literally written it at the coffee shop next door right after it happened. Welcome to the world of Paranormal M. Subscribe and turn on notifications to stay tuned in to our captivating narratives that push the boundaries of belief. Prepare to be awed by our latest tales. Dark being tried to push my cousin out of the house. I'm a 22-year-old female, and my 22-year-old female cousin is just a few months younger than me. During our teen years, we were extremely close. My parents were divorced, and I'd stay with my dad on the weekends. Every weekend, we would both hang out at his house, while my dad was out doing other things. I always had strange experiences in that house on my own. There was a lot of evil there. This particular weekend, though, the house wanted to push my cousin out. My cousin and I had been listening to a song together on my phone. It was The Cave by Mumford & Sons. I generally liked the song, but for whatever reason, she was really freaked out by it and thought that the song had a creepy vibe. Later on, I ended up somehow losing my phone in the house. We checked everywhere, multiple times. I specifically remember checking the kitchen in depth, multiple times. But after a while of searching, my phone was magically placed perfectly in the middle of the kitchen counter, and it was playing The Cave by Mumford & Sons on a low, creepy volume. There's no way it was there before, and I remember being especially creeped out because I hadn't even been playing music on my phone when I lost it. The next day, my cousin woke up before me. They decided to take a shower. I woke up to the sound of water and her yelling, saying that she needed help. I went into the bathroom to help her, and I found out that one of our pipes had literally burst through the wall, and it was spraying water everywhere. We called my dad and let him know what was going on, and a neighbor lent us a shop vac and helped us turn off the water to the house. The house didn't have any problems with plumbing, and when I talked to my cousin, she told me that she didn't do anything that would have broken it. She literally just turned on the shower, and the pipe next to the toilet just burst and started spraying her super hard with water. After my dad was informed and the water was turned off, he still wasn't going to come back anytime soon. So my cousin and I decided to walk to the gas station to get some fresh air and some snacks and take just a break from that house. When we got back, we sat up in the living room eating our snacks and hanging out. The living room was near the kitchen, and all of a sudden we started hearing things loudly move inside of the kitchen. We both stopped talking and just stared at each other. Then it started moving again. The house didn't have mice, but either way, the movements were too loud, heavy, and intentional to have been from a mouse. At that point, we both shot up and ran to my room, locked the door, and started crying. She ended up calling her mom to come take her home. Here's some added info. My cousin would also get headaches constantly when she'd stay at his house with me. My dad was and is a very evil man. As the years have gone by, I've realized that he's most likely attached to some sort of evil spirit. He did unspeakable things to me as a child, and his house always felt so dark and heavy. The energy was so thick, you could physically just feel it. After a year or two ago, my best friend went with me to that house to collect some of my mail. She came inside to use the bathroom, and we could both feel and somehow even smell the evil in that house. She felt pressure on her chest, trying to force her out of the house. With me, it was dark, angry, and depressing energy. But I had the understanding that it wanted me for some reason. I think that the house tried to push away the people that have helped me in my life, so that it could keep me there. My dad wasn't there when we went to go get mail, but after we left, my dad saw that I had been there. He kept trying to harass me to come back, and a whole slew of dark things started happening to me after that. Yet, I've now gained the strength to cut him off completely, and haven't been back to the house since. Tapping on the window same time, same day of the week. Last week to the date, my fiance and I heard 3 loud tapping noises in our window, which is far too high for anyone to reach. We investigated and found nothing. However, the very next day, my fiance ended up being septic from kidney stones and had to have emergency surgery. Well, once again tonight, right at dusk, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, I was asleep and I dreamed I'd heard knocks, but not as loud and more erratic. Upon awakening, I asked my fiance if he had heard any more tapping. He looks at me and says, "Yeah, but you were dead asleep. How did you know?" It's strange that it happened at the same time, at the same day, just a week later. However, as noted, it wasn't the same. It wasn't loud. It was soft and erratic. Last time, it was literally tap, tap, tap. It's probably imperative I mentioned that we used to live in a duplex, right beside the paths that we live in now. My kids got scared, and even my dad. These apartments and the duplex are part of a 3-apartment building property, with a duplex that was once a huge home. None of the buildings are connected, though. It was all built in 1890. It was a school for the Brethren. One building burned back then, but it was rebuilt. Just a few years ago, another building burned. We've had many ghost hunters want to investigate, but we've only allowed one team because it scared the kids. My grandparents used to live in the duplex as well, and referred to them as Hanks, quote unquote. That's an old Appalachian term for ghosts. They did say that they had experiences that could not be explained, however. For instance, covers being pulled off, messing with their feet and seeing things out of the corners of their eyes. When we lived there, we experienced the same, as well as the feeling of someone climbing into the bed, and like something strong running at our bed. Seeing a woman on the roof in a thunderstorm and a man in a flannel jacket. I don't feel scared here, but I've been hearing some things, and now the tapping. Not in the best health, with liver disease and ruling out cancer. I was told the first 3 taps were a warning to my fiancé being sick by a possible guardian angel or loved one, but he's fine now. Nothing else happened in between the taps, but it is super strange. A, I heard it in my sleep, and B, same time of the week at the very same time. The only difference was the pace and the count. SN. After he got through surgery and I was laying in bed, I just sort of said thank you to the window. Any thoughts or ideas? The former tenants never left. So to start off, the beginning is retold from my best friend. We met in college, and I'd recently found out that she was moving to my home state. Her family had negative and positive spirits around her whole life, so experiences at her new house weren't a shock. Her former almost stepfather had a rocky past, and the spirits in the house made it very clear that they did not like the negative energy that he brought into it. They were constantly restless, even chasing said almost stepfather out of the house to sleep in the car, which is pretty bad, I guess. The cabinets were being thrown open, and that's what changed the tables. When I arrived there over the summer to visit her family, the man had completely vacated and was legally not allowed to come back, though those spirits, I would say, were unhappy. I was told that they like to walk around in a circuit around their upstairs at night. And boy, did I hear it. Very heavy footsteps, and an uneasy feeling accompanied the entire night. There was no time to relax. At one point, what we think was the former male tenant's spirit would shove her bedroom door open, which is no easy task as it is. My last night there during that stay was quiet. Since it was clear that her stepfather wasn't returning, they seemed to be happy. The family doesn't know much about the past owners of the house, but what they did know was that no one outside the family had ever lived there, meaning that my family's friends is the first to live there. So, my friend, let's call her Jessica for the story's sake, settled down to sleep for that night with her giant dog in between us. The dog had shoved me all the way to the end of the bed, and it woke me up when my arm fell off to the side. When I opened my eyes, I saw a woman standing in front of her dresser. She was wearing a white nightgown and had very long black hair, which seems stereotypical. Note, I'm not a lucid dreamer, so I knew I was really awake. I didn't have a bad feeling in my chest, like when I get something negative is going on. So I just turned over and went back to bed. I didn't say a word about it since I knew what to expect from the house. Another night goes by, and I slept through it. The next day, Jessica and I were sitting outside on her porch, just kind of relaxing. I look over at her and tell her about my experience with the woman. She looks me dead in the eye and tells me to describe her. So I did, of course. She tells me that she saw the same woman in between the nightstand in front of her bedroom door. I didn't say a word to her until later on when this happened, so there was no chance of it being a psychological thing. I might have left summer camp, but I don't think it ever left me. I'll preface this with, I used to go to a summer camp for 7 years, up to 3 weeks throughout each summer, and I adore this place. It's truly the reason I'm the person I am today. Of course, we had our ghost stories that we told, most of them fake, but there is one real one. Man, I'm getting the chills just writing it. There was a girl who died at the camp back in the 70s. Let me say it again. She really did die there. I saw the records as last night's gift. She died of a heart issue during a soccer game. She had been complaining of headaches, and she was doing that all week. And then she suddenly collapsed and died in the basement of the main lodge. It's very tragic, but she always wore a yellow raincoat everywhere. That was her thing. And many a staff member have claimed to see her on the steps of her old cabin crying at night. I forgot about the story and told it simply as a campfire ghost story, in much better detail than this, I assure you. Anyways, years go by, and I head off to college. I made friends with some people. They were highly in tune with the paranormal world. I go to college in a completely different state, 7 hours away. But my one friend was able to distinctly describe to me how this little girl looks out of the blue, and how the camp looked overall. I had never told her this story prior to her description. My friend told me this girl had attached herself to me. My assumption is that I keep her memory alive. And I know her name, though I will never speak it. It's been over a year since that night, and ever since, I can see her sometimes at night. She'll either be standing in my bathroom, just observing, or standing somewhere else. And I never get an overly negative feeling, but it's not positive either. and I've gotten used to it. I moved into a new house this year, and I hadn't seen her in quite a while. But the other night, after some quiet, I woke up at 3:37 a.m. I looked over to a chair in my room, and I saw her sitting on the floor crying. I just looked, felt that sadness, went back to bed. I didn't want to give that attention. I've been thinking about it ever since. This happened last night. 3 knocks. This happened last night. My boyfriend and I were just sitting on the bed talking when we both heard noises coming from the front door. We just brushed it off, thinking, okay, whatever. Then 5 minutes later, 3 more knocks on the bedroom door. At first, I thought it was my sister and yelled out to her and said, "Jess, is that you?" No answer. Then when I started to feel off and noticed what time it was about 3:15 a.m., which some refer to 3 a.m. as the devil's hour or the unholy hour. I messaged my sister and asked her if she replied. So she replied with a photo of her in bed saying, "I'm about to pass out, I'm so tired." It wasn't me, I swear, you're freaking me out. After that, I heard a dog howl and the knocks came again. 3, just like the first time. I felt very uneasy. Now, because of my beliefs, I instantly thought it's 3 a.m. and I have 3 knocks at my door. This is not okay. It's the devil's hour. What the fuck is going on? My boyfriend opened the door and there was no one there. My parents were snoring and everything. I tried to brush the feeling off and I just laid down, but I couldn't shake it. But I must have passed out because when I woke up, I instantly remembered the dream I had, and it was about death and a lot of it. I'm just gonna say it how I saw it. I saw people die on a black ship. First, so many. Then the scenery changed to me standing on a street next to a white fence that surrounded a house and watched some people on the street get murdered by this guy. No idea who it was. Then it changed again. There was a man just looked dark, and he was saying that he wanted me, and he was sitting down on a chair at a table outside. I was standing on the other side of that. He was saying to me that I'm coming for you. You're gonna be mine. I was so angry in the dream. I was saying, you are not having me. You will never have me. It's never gonna happen. I'm too strong for you. He smirked. Then the scene changed again. I was standing in the backyard of my boyfriend's house, who was working with plants, and asked him what plants and herbs I need to use. He told me, but I couldn't hear him. It was silent, and then I woke up and felt very overwhelmed. I just kind of laid there trying to take it all in, like, what the fuck? Once I had gotten up, I cleansed the house. Because honestly, I felt like something bad was still hanging around from the night before. And I think it worked. Still trying to figure out the dream, but fuck, it was intense. St. Thomas Church. One of many experiences. This one was about 8 years ago. Probably not that scary to other things I've experienced, but it was the first one that popped into my head. My first time posting here, so apologies if this is long. I went to a graveyard, and it had a church. And I went there with 4 of my friends. One of my friends knew about it, as he had come here once before. The rest of us had never been. Now, my intention was to go there to see if I could genuinely talk to any spirits, because of past experiences, you know. 2 of my friends, however, were the usual let's have a laugh and mock the dead, etc., while the other 2 were shitting themselves. As you do, I guess. We walked around for about 15 minutes and I was asking questions like, "Is anyone here that wants to talk?" But it was hard with my two friends acting like idiots, so I just thought, okay, this is kind of silly, I'll just stop. Now, just to be clear, sorry, I should have mentioned above, the two cars that we took were right next to each other, about half a meter apart with big gates to the right of the cars, in which you would just enter straight to the graveyard through. We walked back to the cars. I leaned against one car, and my friend next to me on the left, and the other three leant on the other car. Leaned, I believe, yet again. Now we were all facing each other and just talking, when suddenly from the right of us we heard this voice, almost like a child's voice. "Help me." I'm not kidding, and my friends all looked right in the same direction at the same time. All of our heads just turned and we all went silent, giving each other that look like, what the fuck? I said quietly to them all, "You heard that right. Their faces said it all." Then about 30 seconds later, we heard it again. "Help me." But it was a bit fainter this time. My friends started to panic and I was a little scared myself, but more curious. They opened their car door so quick it wasn't even funny. I don't blame them. I hopped in the back of my mate's car, the one that I was leaning on, and her car wouldn't start straight away. I looked out the window and my two mates in the other car had already sped off. I was trying to calm my friends down who was in the car with, but after about a minute, the car started. My friend drove off screaming. "I'm never coming back here ever," while my friend in the passenger seat agreed. When we were off the road that leads to the graveyard, she slowed down and I pulled my phone out to see if I could find anything about this graveyard, as I'd never been here before. I found out that there were two young twin brothers who used to play around there at the church and attend with their family, and that one day they were playing and tried to play a prank and something kind of went wrong. What wound up happening was they both caught fire and burned to death. Swear to God, that voice that we heard sounded exactly like a young boy's voice. Creeped me out. I told my friends, they agreed. They also said that they would never go back there ever. I honestly didn't blame them. Like, it's a graveyard. Me personally, I've been back 4 times. Something has happened every time. My Doppelganger story. This happened more than 13 years ago in my old childhood home. This is just the first of 3 incidents that occurred when I was a kid in the late teens. This happened to my brother, so for context, my house was very much haunted and weird stuff happened all the time. I could go on, but that's for another time. Me and my brother shared one room, and our parents' room was right next to ours. There was a long hallway in front of our room that led to the kitchen. The hallway took a sharp right, and you'd end up in the kitchen. Even during daytime, this hallway was dark and dimly lit, but the kitchen had windows and was usually bright, during the daytime. On this particular day, me and my brother were just chilling in our room. I was on my bed reading a book, and my brother was on the PC. After a while, he left the room and went to the kitchen for a glass of water. He came back with a concerned look on his face. He asked me if I had been in the kitchen when he was there. I said no. I was just in the room reading my book. What he told me next still gives me chills. According to him, he opened the fridge to grab a snack, and when he looked up, he saw me standing at the kitchen doorway. He called out my name. I didn't respond and just stared at him with a blank expression on my face. He thought I was just trying to mess with him, so he chuckled to himself and told me to cut it out. But I still didn't respond, And now I had this weird grin on my face. So he just started walking up to me, and I started running from the hallway towards my room. When he walked out of the kitchen to catch up with me, I was gone. He thought it was weird, but just assumed that I ran into the room. He asked me repeatedly because he genuinely thought I was messing with him. I reassured him that I was not in the kitchen at that time. We were both freaked out and just felt weird the entire day. We decided never to talk about it again. I blocked this out of my memory, and reading the stuff here reminded me of this incident. So I thought I'd mention it to you guys. My Doppelganger Story 2. Thank you, Mr. Gecko. This is the second encounter I had with my doppelganger. This is the only time I saw this entity with my own eyes, and it still creeps me out to this day, 11 years later. This happened back in December of 2011, close to Christmas Day. I was on vacation with my family. We stayed in a small 2-story house in a gated community. A family friend of ours let us stay at this house since they had moved abroad years ago. The house had 3 rooms, 2 upstairs, 1 room downstairs, facing the kitchen. I stayed in one of the upstairs rooms with my mom and a 3-year-old sister and my older brother. I was 11 at that time, so I still remember this incident clear as day. Like I mentioned earlier, this was a gated community, so it was usually very quiet at night, and apart from the lights from the houses and the street lights, it got pretty dark too. For context, I've never been afraid of the dark. I've always believed in ghosts, though, spirits and stuff like that, since I was raised religious. And I always prayed before going to bed. I still do occasionally, mostly out of habit, but I'm not that religious anymore. But the idea of encountering a ghost never scared me. Due to my childhood home being haunted, my parents, my siblings, all of them encountered ghosts, but I'd never seen an apparition or anything of the sort up until this point. I did hear the occasional footsteps, doors being opened and closed, weird noises, the cliché stuff. This happened one night after the usual day of shopping and sightseeing. We came home pretty late and I went to bed around 11 p.m. I slept on a mattress next to the bed with my head next to the foot of the bed. There was a small cupboard directly in front of the mattress. Pointing this out for later as it's important for the context of this story. I got up around 3 a.m. to go to the bathroom. I'm a very light sleeper, so if I wake up during the middle of the night, I won't be half asleep or anything like that. I was wide awake when I went into the bathroom and got out. I picked up my blanket to lie down, and as I did, my eyes landed on where the cupboard was, and I just froze. Literal chills ran down my spine. There, sitting cross-legged, directly where the cupboard was this figure of a young boy, about my age and my size. I looked closely and observed him. I noticed that he wore the same pajamas that I was wearing, the same hair, the same shirt, same everything. Then I realized that I was literally staring at myself. I tried to scream, but nothing came out. My body just completely froze up and I almost fell backwards. When my voice finally came out, I just screamed for my mom. She woke up and quickly turned the lights on. She had a puzzled look on her face, too, and asked me what was wrong. I couldn't speak, and I just pointed at the cupboard. And there it was. The cupboard was back where it was supposed to be, but no more apparition. Whatever I saw had completely vanished into thin air. I was able to go back to sleep that night, but it did take me some time. I slowly fell back asleep, and all the while staring at the cupboard. Whatever I saw that night, I still can't give a logical explanation for it. I'm glad that at least my family believes me. Since I've never been afraid of the dark, I wasn't really the type of kid that made weird shapes or got scared. For the longest time, I just brushed it off as my imagination, especially as I got older. Mainly because this was just too scary for me to remember, until my mom encountered the same entity years later. So now I know with absolute certainty that I didn't imagine this. It began with death. Going into my senior year, we lost a fellow student in a car accident. Pretty intense situation. I knew the girl named Taylor and had seen her in the hall only a few weeks before I said hi. We were never great friends, but we had few mutual ones and had spoken recently on chat about the guy we both knew named Eric, who was a few years older than us. After Taylor passed away so tragically, a lot of hurt was just seeping into our community. The mutual friend was devastated at the news. He became pretty important to the story, so remember him. So we met up with her family for the first time after her death. Taylor came to me in a dream that night. I was looking at her from across desks, and we never had a class together. I said, "Taylor, why are you here? You shouldn't be here." In my dream, my friend Jade turned around and said, "Who are you talking to?" Taylor disappeared before I could point out that she was clearly there. All of a sudden, this local graveyard beneath this tree on a hill with her. She just kept repeating in sobs, "I'm so scared, I'm so cold, I don't know why I'm here, help me, I want my mom, I want to go home." All I could do was try to get the words just to comfort her or something, but nothing came of it, and I woke up. There was a service a few weeks later. The majority of our school attended. She was driven away in a hearse, and her family behind for a private burial in the local cemetery. I caught up with her friend Eric at the service, and he said that they picked up the most beautiful spot for her, on a hill, under a tree. I had no way of knowing that, and I had dreamt of Taylor a few weeks prior to it. To this day, it seemed so real when she came to me in my dream, that she was really crying out for help, one of the few people that may have been able to hear her. Something has begun following me. It replaced the first thing. I've been like this my whole life. I experience deja vu very often. I see shadow people, see and hear things others don't. I sense things. I see dreams of places I've never been and go through conversations with people who have already passed on. My whole family's like this from my mom's side, and I've been taught ever since I was young that it was simply a part of our heritage. Even with all that, these things can still be explained. I have a strong intuition, and I've always followed it. I moved with my family to a new house a few years ago. It's always been clear that there's a small house spirit, an elf as it's considered in our culture, and it's been with us for years. They're good-spirited and pretty treated well. They don't cause any harm. But that isn't what this is about. I noticed about a year ago that there was some sort of presence in the house, in my room. It tended to come out at night. It feels like it's about the size of a large cat, and moves on all fours. I haven't ever really seen it, only felt its presence. I call it the Watcher, as it doesn't carry evil, or even really a good sort of energy with it. Kinda just seems like it wants to watch and learn about us. But it doesn't want to make itself known. That much is pretty clear. It used to sit behind a pile of clothes in front of my closet, but now it's moved itself on top of a shelf in the high corner of my room, almost as if it can't come closer. The new thing became apparent a few months ago. I felt it outside in our family's yard, and something is seriously wrong with it. It's nothing like the Watcher. It feels slimy, it feels big and bony, and it makes me so uncomfortable. Even when I can't see it, I can feel it behind a corner or behind my back as I walk to the house alone at night. So many times I've had something say aloud, "You can't come in," or saying, "Go away." And I say this before stepping inside, just for good luck. It tries to get in as I open the door to get myself in. A few nights ago, though, it feels like it got inside. I had left my window open for a bit, as it was hot. I sleep extremely deeply and barely ever wake up in the middle of the night, but that night I did, in a cold sweat, and a horrific feeling that I was not safe. There was something in front of the closets, and the Watcher was small in its new place. I put my lamplight on, placed some sentimental items on my night desk next to my bed, after which I could go back to sleep again. The room felt so intimidating and dense, while at the same time the most calm and cool air was being poured in. Now it seems to watch me from the forest's edge, where our neighbors, my friend's parents' property, where their property starts. It's not really visible either. Not once have I seen it, but I already know how inhumane and uncontrolled it looks like. I've tried to do research on it, but I can't find anything that matches. Has anyone experienced anything similar to this? Can anyone please help me? Beginning to be afraid of going out at night, or going just to bed at night. I'm so goddamn lost, I'd even appreciate any ideas on what this thing following me is. I'm sorry, I don't got an answer for you on that one. But I'm slightly jealous of your elf on the shelf. I was possessed several times throughout my childhood. I grew up in an unbelievably haunted house. My mother, my brother, and I are all very sensitive to spirits. But that was hardly relevant when it came to this house. Everyone saw and heard things. I have endless stories of encounters that we had there, but in this post, I just want to focus on the hard evidence that I was possessed many times as a child. There was a period of time when I was around the ages of 7 to 9, where I would fall asleep in my bed, in my room, which was on the second floor of the house, and then wake up on the couch in the living room on the first floor of the house. The first time it happened, I thought my parents had moved me down there for some unknown reason, but they were just as confused as I was. You would think that sleepwalking might explain this occurrence away, but there's a problem with that theory. I was a small, hyper, and curious child, as most children are, and because of this, my parents installed French doors at the top of the stairs, and further installed a sliding bolt latch at the top of the doors to keep me from falling down the stairs at night. The latch was so high up that I'd have to retrieve a stool to climb onto the stool and then stand on my tippy toes to reach that door latch. Then, to finally open the doors, I'd have to move the stool out of the way. A small child sleepwalker could never do this, and even if I could, my parents had found that the doors were still closed each time they found me downstairs on the couch. Closing those French doors while on the other side with the steps would have been a challenge for me even if I had been awake. To this day, we have no explanation for how I kept ending up downstairs. What made it even more unsettling is that when this did occur, I'd often wake up on the living room couch with white goo all over me. The closest thing I could compare this to is like baby throw up. There'd be a trail of it leading to where I was on the couch. Many years later, after we had long left that house, I was going through some old drawings I made when I was a kid, around the same time I was having this sleepwalking issue. Sleepwalking in parentheses, mind you. I was very into video games, comics, and animation, and that's what I would usually draw. Within those drawings, I found some very disturbing drawings of an old building and what looks like portals. Many objects I couldn't recognize. They were very well drawn, and I've never been able to draw buildings well. They were better than anything I could draw even today, and I'm a decent artist now. There was only one word amongst the drawings, and it was at the top of the drawing of an old torn-apart building, and it looked like a portal next to it. The portal had something coming out of it that was beaming downwards. It was not my handwriting, or that of anyone I know. The title of that drawing simply said Monster. Haunted tenement built after World War II in Warsaw. Since my last post blew up, I thought that I can share with you some of my friends' stories. Not from my apartment building, but they're interesting. So I had a friend that lived in an old tenement in Warsaw. If you ever heard about Polish history, especially I'm talking about World War II, you should know that Warsaw was practically one big debris. 700,000 inhabitants of Warsaw passed away during World War II. When the war ended and Warsaw was rebuilt, they didn't have any money for any of the materials. The city was completely destroyed and needed to be rebuilt as soon as possible. So what they often did is that they would be using old debris from destroyed buildings. But because they had to do it so fast, they didn't have time to separate human remains from debris. So they grinded bricks and human remains and used it as a component to make constructions. Back to the story. My friend lived in that type of tenement. The apartment had one bedroom, a living room, a kitchen, a bathroom, and a small hall. She shared with me 3 stories. First one. My friend shared a bedroom with her brother, and they had bunk beds, a pretty old, heavy closet, which one of its doors was blocked with a pretty heavy desk. One night when she was sleeping alone, she woke up around 1 or 2 a.m. and heard a weird noise, as if someone was moving this heavy desk around the room. She was a teenager at the time, and this sound scared the shit out of her, so she decided to cover just with her duvet and try not to make any noise. She was shivering and the sound won't stop. Eventually, she fell asleep, and when she woke up in the morning, she saw that the desk was moved to the center of her room, and the doors to a closet were wide open. That night, she slept alone in her apartment. Here's the second story. One night when everyone was home, she lived with her brother and her mom. Her mom, who was sleeping in the living room, woke up in the middle of the night because she heard as if one of them was calling her. She opened her eyes, took a look around the room, and everything seemed fine. So she rolled back, and then she heard as if someone was whispering to her ear, "Mom, Mom, please help me, Mom, please." So she jumped out of bed and ran straight to the bedroom. When she opened the door, both of them were heavily asleep. Her mom told her this story many years later. Story 3. When my friend was completely grown up and moved from her house, her brother developed a bedroom for himself and chose to sleep at the bottom of the bunk bed. At the top, he stored books and other heavy stuff. Everything was fine till one day. Her brother was home alone and chilling at the bed when suddenly he heard a doorbell ring, so he got up and went to answer the door. He peeked through the peephole, but there was no one standing at the corridor and the light was off. As he was standing in the hall, about to head back to his room, he heard a loud sound coming from the bedroom. When he came back to the top of the bunk, it was collapsed into the bottom, and the bell ring wouldn't have rung. He wouldn't have been alive. Ask Reddit, Marshville, North Carolina, 2008. My then girlfriend lived in a very secluded and rural area, and I lived about 45 minutes away from her. I drove county roads as much as I could to avoid highways, less traffic lights and stops. And this was a daily drive for almost 2 years. I always took the same road, and I knew every inch of it by heart. It was mostly a straight stretch of road, except one area where it banked right up a hill. And as soon as it crested, it banked back downhill and left. Very few houses along the way and a fair amount of trees, so it was quite dark. Never once had I encountered anything out of the ordinary. There was rarely even other vehicles traveling. The most signs of life I ever saw was an occasional deer in the distance. However, one late summer evening I was headed home around 2 a.m., cruising around 40 miles an hour down the same road. Got up to the hill, made the first bank at the top, and as I turned into the down bank, I saw it, a humanoid shape cloaked in shadows. No discerning features, and oddly, my headlights barely illuminated it. This thing was just floating there, resembling how ink spreads through water. This was all I could make out before I realized that I wouldn't be able to stop in time to avoid it. I white-knuckled and squinted my eyes as I had no idea what I was about to mow down. At that moment, my bumper would have collided with solid matter. The black mass dissipated away. Yet I felt an ice-cold rush through the center of my car. My dash lights failed, but the throttle jerked in a sudden burst of acceleration. I didn't bother even glancing in the rearview mirror. I was frozen in disbelief of what I had just encountered. The dash lights flickered back on, and I took the first available turn. Sped away toward the brights of the highway. I went to a gas station, went in the parking lot, pulled up under the pump overhang there, basking in the warm fluorescent glow and trying to slow down my heart rate. I immediately called my girlfriend to tell her what had happened, but didn't get an answer. I was relieved at first, thinking maybe my imagination had just pulled one over on me, and I didn't see anything at all. Saved me from sounding like a raving lunatic to her, so I went to the gas station and bought some smokes, convincing myself that the dark really does play tricks. I wrote it off as maybe just something wrong with the car, maybe it was aged or flawed. But as I made my way back outside, my fears began to rekindle. From a distance, I noticed something on the front bumper, and as I got closer, I realized it was on the hood as well. It looked like frost, a white strip of white frost across the center of the hood, grille, and bumper. Mind you, it was 78 Fahrenheit outside, which is pretty warm. There's no way it could be frost. Against my better judgment, I reached out to touch it. It was definitely cold, but more odd is that it was slimy. It melted into a goo-like substance as I felt it and stuck to my fingertips as I pulled my hand away. I just stood there for a few minutes and watched as it melted, congealed, and slowly dripped down and off the car. I have no idea what any of it was, and for a long time I told myself that it didn't even happen. Kept it to myself and made up weird excuses to my girl and friends why I wouldn't drive that road anymore after midnight. A few years went by until one night I was drinking with a close friend and decided to spill the whole story. He explained to me that him and his family had lived in the area for years, and while I experienced, what I experienced anyway, was shocking, it didn't surprise him in the least. He told me his parents and grandparents had shared similar stories, and they always just said, "Old Scratch was out tonight." Ask Reddit. I've been wanting to share this story for Reddit for a long time, and I'm just getting the chance to sit down and put this experience into words. I'm unsure if anyone will see this while I'm reading it, but if you do and have any possible idea or theory as to what I saw, please let me know. You heard him. I also want to add that I'm not the best writer. No worries. But I'm going to try my best to paint a clear picture of what it is that I saw. This experience is 100% true, and it's the most frightening event to ever happen to me. Mostly because I've yet to think of a realistic explanation. I live in upstate New York, and my family owns 10 acres of land surrounded by field and woods. I've always had experiences growing up in this house. Maybe more stories to come, but anyway. It was late at night, close to 1 to 2 a.m. when this occurred. I have a window at the end of my bed that has an AC in it. It's about 8 feet from my window in the grass below. My cat, his name is Hudson, loves to jump up and out the windows and lay across and press up against the screen. This night, he had decided to jump up on that open window. I had totally forgot the screen to my window was out due to the AC. I didn't realize this until I heard Hudson hissing and screeching at something outside the window. I assumed it was some sort of animal, maybe a raccoon, tried to call him in. Suddenly, he had fallen out the window and started screeching. I have never heard him make a sound like this before and jump up out of bed, and I went outside to go get him. I went to my little brother's room to have him help me go find my cat. I was really nervous because he's gotten out before, and he's been missing for days on end before, so my fear of the dark was thrown out the window in this moment. I had my flashlight on and sprinted out the door and went to the side of the house where my window was. I made the turn and shined my flashlight on the area. What I saw was not my cat, but a 7 to 8 foot long figure trying to scale the walls of my house and reach into my open window. One of the creature's back legs were pressed against the house, while the front legs had a hold on my windowsill. The creature noticed my flashlight and looked in my direction. It had deep red eyes that kept me frozen in my spot. The creature stared me straight in the eyes and proceeded to let go of the house and move toward the field on the side. But it didn't go on all fours. Whatever this thing was stood on its back leg and ran quickly into the field. In the darkness, I was able to make out what looked like a set of horns or antlers on this thing's head. Its height on its back legs was at least 7 or 8 feet tall and didn't look at all like a human. Its posture was slightly hunched over and its arms swayed to the side of it as it moved. They hung close to the level of what I guess would be its knees. My little brother was in the front of the house looking for my cat, so I went out to go grab him and help me look in the field the creature was running into. At this point, I think my adrenaline was going so fast I didn't completely process what I had seen. We got close to the field and saw absolutely nothing. No cat, no creature. We made our way back to the front to look for my cat on the other side of the house. And without saying anything, my brother and I froze. We both looked toward the trees and the bushes at the side of the house and saw them rustling. We heard this painfully loud shrieking. We booked it to the front door. I have no idea if what we heard was that creature or some other animal, but I had an awful gut feeling standing in that driveway. It wasn't safe and I couldn't have my brother out there. I locked the door quickly and went to the back porch sliding door and saw my cat waiting at the door to be let in. He's the type to try to escape and be out for days with no issue. He's never once just come to the back door after getting out, though. He looked scared. His tail was the bushiest I'd ever even seen it. The poor thing was shaking. He ran inside and stayed away from the windows and doors the rest of that night. I've only told the story this much detail to my boyfriend, and even then, it's so difficult to explain what I had seen, what I had heard, and what I felt that night. The gut feeling that something is not right and we could be in serious danger was nothing I felt before until that night. The most memorable part of that experience was the feeling I got when the creature stared into my soul with those ugly, deep red eyes. I have nightmares about this event, and I see its eyes often when I close mine. It took me so long to process and analyze what I had seen, but the closest I can describe this creature and its stature is if you search up a Wendigo. Not completely sure if that's what this was, but I live fairly close to a so-called Wendigo territory in New York. The whole experience freaks me out thinking about it, so I thought I'd finally share. What happened to me? I've always had some sense of paranormal around me. Unexplained things have happened here and there, but they were easily explained away. Recently, within the last week, I've started to do some research on demonology. I'm not sure if this is relevant information to the story I'm about to share, but it might be. Last night was the meteor shower that everybody was talking about. My boyfriend and I live in Texas, and the city that we were in didn't allow us to see the stars very well. So we decided to go to a smaller town about 40 minutes away from where we live. We've been to this town a handful of times before. We've been on this particular road a handful of times before, and we've driven past this lake a handful of times before. This town has a secluded back road that has many farmhouses and a huge lake. It's super dark and the sky is incredibly clear. That's why we chose this spot to watch the meteor shower from. We pull over and park about a mile past the lake. So the lake is a mile behind us. We're parked on the side of the road, and my boyfriend turns off his car so that it can be pitch black outside. His car had been off for a few minutes when we started to hear noises of water. It sounded like how water sounds when you're just walking through it. Essentially just moving water. The sound was loud and came out of nowhere. I look up in front of the car and I see a man's face. There isn't a body, just a face. Now, this isn't too unusual for me. I've seen faces like this before, but it's never been accompanied by any sounds. I only see the face for a brief second before it's gone. I get this awful feeling in the pit of my stomach and my back. I told my boyfriend that we needed to leave immediately. It felt like if we didn't, something bad was going to happen. As soon as we left the area, I felt better almost instantly. I'm not sure why I did the next part, but I looked up on the news for the area that we were in. A man drowned in the lake 5 days ago. Naturally, I get creeped out. I've always had suspicions of the paranormal being around me, but never like this. Like I previously mentioned, I've also started researching demonology. So I'm not sure if that has something to do with this being such an intense experience. Any advice or insight would be helpful. I'm just trying to make sense of all these and understand what my next step should be. Should I dive further into the paranormal world, or would it be best to ignore it and move on? Not sure if paranormal or dream. 2 months ago, a friend committed suicide. It was very sudden. He didn't talk to anybody or leave a note or anything. Took everybody by surprise. Our friend group has been dealing with the aftermath of this ever since, and they were predictably a lot of emotions from everybody. We've just been getting through it the best we can. About 2 weeks ago, I had a dream. In this dream, I was sitting at a table across from my friend. There was a lamp on the table, so we had it light, but the area around the table was completely pitch black dark. He asked me how his fiancée and his son were doing. I told him that they were doing well, considering. He told me that he was sorry and that he knew that he'd made the wrong choice, but it felt like the only one in that moment. He asked if we forgave him. I told him we did. I asked him if he could still see us, interact with us, and he said no, because the rules are different where he is. I asked where he was. He said that he's not in a bad place. But that's really all he could tell me about it, because again, the rules. I said, okay. We just kind of sat there for a while not saying anything, and then he said, well, it's almost time. I asked what he meant, and he just smiled all goofy at me and then turned the lamp off, and I woke up. I have a theory that the last part was him messing with me, because the night that he died, I said out loud, "You'd better be waiting for me when I go," and it would very much be in character for him to mess with me a bit. Again, I don't know if this was a visitation or a dream, but several other people in our circle have had similar dreams since his death. Strange creature encounter when I was a kid. This is a repost from my old account, but from another sub. I still live in the same house this occurred at. I'm now 26. I still have occasional nightmares about this encounter, as well as other strange and quite frankly terrifying nightmares in general, as well as bouts of sleep paralysis. I've had those all my life, though. I gave up my room around 2 years ago so my nieces could have their own separate rooms, and I began sleeping on the couch in the living room, right in front of the sliding glass door I speak about in this post, and due to the beginning of having night terrors, sleepwalking episodes where I end up outside, and loss of sleep due to the feeling of being watched from outside the house and inside, which both dogs and all 5 cats have had done things to make me think that there's something in my house. As of 4 months ago, I started to sleep on the floor in my mother's room. I told everyone it was due to her health and me wanting to keep an eye on her. And the puppy that I got was just keeping her up at night. And it's partly true, but ever since I made this transition, the nightmares are less and I haven't had the feeling of being watched. Except for one time, when I first started sleeping in here, but it went away and hasn't come back. This is also not my only paranormal encounter at this house. Or ever, and if anyone's interested in any of my other experiences, let me know or PM me. I'm glad to share. Thanks so much love to everybody in advance. Ya boy Nuke. Hello all, this is something I encountered when I was about 9 years old in late 2005, early 2006, so my memory's a little fuzzy on it. We moved into this modular home. Think a trailer, but on an actual brick foundation. It was in the rural area of Virginia in the summer of 2004. It was me, my mom, my dad, my older sister, her husband, and their child and my niece. I stayed home alone a lot after school and on weekends due to everybody having work and my niece going to the babysitter's house. It was never that big of a deal because my grandma lived right across the driveway. And we lived down a long gravel driveway that was off the main road. I can't remember exactly when this occurred, but it was after my dad died in April of 2005. I was home alone after school one day watching The Weekenders on Toon Disney with my little Pekingese poodle mix Clyde in my lap while eating some pizza rolls. Sounds good. All of a sudden, our huge, and when I say huge, this dog had no business being as big as he was considering what breed he was mixed with, a golden lab and boxer mix, Rudy, that we had chained in the backyard, started to bark. Not as usual, "Hey, I'm out of food and water," or "Squirrel!" bark, but it was violent and a scary bark. I looked out the sliding glass door that goes to the backyard and saw him at the end of his chain trying to break loose and get at something in the woods. I can't really see what he's trying to get at until all of a sudden some creature walks out of the woods and stops right at the tree line. It was about 4 feet tall, walked on all fours. Its body was similar to a bear, had brown fur in its face. It's almost, I would say, its most distinct feature. It was solid white and completely flat, It had 2 black slits where its eyes would be, no kind of nose to be seen, and its mouth just hung open, a black void with no tongue or teeth that I could see from where I was. It looked in my direction, and I remember just being overcome with fear and dread when it looked over at me. I started to shake. I was so scared, and before I could even get off the couch to get to the landline to call my mom, it slowly backed into the woods. Rudy was barking and growling the entire time that it was standing there, which, for your reference, was about 2 minutes total. And for at least 10 minutes after it left my sight, before it would finally calm down from all this, I called my mom, my sister, my brother-in-law, my aunt, my uncle that lived behind my grandma, and then my grandma before somebody answered. She told me to walk over, but I was too scared to go outside, so she came and got me. As a kid, I called it the white-faced anteater, and my family just dismissed me as seeing things, even though my dog had seen it too and was trying to get to it. My uncle told me that it was probably a big-ass possum. They always think it's a possum. But I knew damn well what a possum looked like, and that wasn't it. To this day, and I'm 23 now, I still have nightmares where all I see is this thing standing in my yard at the tree line staring at me. I always wake up screaming and sweating. My girlfriend has to console me. Has anyone ever seen something similar to what I described? I'd be interested to hear all y'all's encounters and stories. I, for one, as the narrator, very much recognize this story. So if I put the wrong story in here and doubled up, my apologies, everyone, but that's it for me for tonight. Hope you guys had a good time listening, and as usual, see you later. Greetings, curious souls, from Paranormal M. Get ready to explore stories that challenge conventional wisdom. Subscribe and enable notifications to keep up with our newest mind-expanding tales. Enjoy the ride. We took in a child spirit. When my daughter was 2.5 years old, I noticed she was getting more creative with her imagination. She would talk to people who weren't there, and she would play games through the house, as if there were another child. But we didn't always have kids around, so I was fine with her having an imaginary friend. One night I had her in the bath. She was very focused on the bathroom door. She was waving and motioning towards herself as if she were asking someone to come into the bathroom. I asked her why she was doing this. She told me her friend wouldn't come in. She wanted him to take a bath. I asked her why, and she said that he was always really dirty. I asked her who this little boy was. She told me that she didn't know his name, but he lives here too, and he says where he sleeps it's cold and wet and he hates it. I told her, well, it's okay. Maybe he'll take a bath later. I got her out of the shower, put her in her jammies. She immediately went to the living room couch and opened a Sesame Street book and started telling her invisible friend all about Big Bird, Bert, and Ernie. Her dad shrugged this off, but it made me wonder where she came up with all that. I told my mother-in-law about what had happened. That was at bath time. And she made a call to the person that we were renting our home from. She was a family friend. And they told me that it would make a lot of sense if she was communicating with the ghost of a little boy who had passed away on the property back in the early days, like way back when. She told me that some papers from possibly a journal had been recovered from that land, and it was written in them that a boy who lived on that land had fallen ill and died unexpectedly. Apparently this was from unknown reasons. Put the boy in a well, and she knew this to be true because human bones had been recovered from this well some 20 years prior. She told me this was all documented and found true to the best of her knowledge. I've always been an empath of sorts, And I knew to look into this because of my daughter, although she's very charismatic to those she knows. Definitely not an extrovert, and she's never put herself out there. So pretending to be super sweet to an imaginary friend was weird to me in a way. For the next few weeks, we were experiencing weird things. Like one day I was spring cleaning and took a mirror off my bedroom wall to put into another wall, and for the time being, I washed it with Windex and covered it with a blanket, facing it towards the living room wall to get out of my way before I put it back up. At this time, the neighbors were helping us rearrange the house, and their son was playing with my daughter in the living room. I hear an ear-shattering scream and run in to see my child bleeding from her hand and the neighbor's son holding a huge pair of fabric scissors. And I knew these scissors were put away in the computer desk. I took the boy to his mom and asked him to take him home. She asked him where the scissors came from, and he said the other boy told him where they were. When I went back and picked this mirror up and uncovered it, there was a little footprint in the bottom left corner of the mirror. I compared my daughter's foot and the neighbor kid's foot to the print, and it just wasn't the right size from either kid. So from what I could tell, and the mirror never got moved by anyone else, I would try to wash that footprint off several times after that, and it never came off. Other things happened as well, like I would hear her playing in her room, and I could swear that I heard someone talking or laughing with her. But when I would go to the room to check, it stopped. Things would go missing for a few days and then appear right when I knew they were originally, where they were originally. My animals wouldn't go to the upper level of my house and sometimes wouldn't even go near my daughter's room, although she's never hurt a living thing. Later, I gave birth to another little girl in March of that year. And soon after, we were home from the hospital, and we found out our the rent was just going to be raised, so we decided to move. We had a friend who rented her mobile home out to us, and we lived there for a few months where we had some more activity. My younger daughter was just an infant, and I had her bassinet put up in between my side of the bed and the wall in my room. We had sweet three-legged pitty named Sammy, who attached himself to E, that's one of my daughters, the younger one, and slept on the foot of our bed to guard her bassinet while she slept. I also always slept with my hand on the bassinet, so I could feel her if she started to wake up or if she stopped breathing. For several nights in a row, I would wake up to the bassinet rocking up and down along the side of my bed. This shook me at first, but I realized fairly quickly that our little spirit was probably doing it. So I finally just asked him to stop and told him that, my daughter can get up when she gets up, and it stopped. It never happened again. A close high school friend came around a lot, and I had told her about the little boy. She didn't believe me. One day, my daughter's running around the house with her little pink princess ball, and she says, "Aunt, watch my friend." She tossed the ball down the hall, and for a few long minutes, nothing happened. But eventually, the ball started slowly rolling back towards her from my bedroom at the end of the hall. She was then freaked out, but thankfully, it didn't scare her enough to stop coming around. One day, we had a bad storm and our electricity went out. As we were waiting that day to have it come back on, we get a knock at the door, and it was a company electrician telling us that the power pole to our house had fallen. He said we could stay there for safety reasons, so I called my mom who lived close, and he gave me and the girls a ride over. My family stayed there until we were able to get an apartment a couple towns over. On that first night, everything changed for me when it came to this boy, and I learned my lesson about inviting things to follow my family. We were all sleeping in my mom's living room, and E and I were laying on the couch, and Anne was on a blow-up mattress with her dad on the floor. E was very riled up and wouldn't go to sleep. She was around 9 months old at that time, and she had pulled herself up over the arm of the couch to see into the hall. I kept trying over and over to pull her down to make her lay down, but she kept getting herself up. She even began pointing and saying, "Bo." Finally, after fighting her to lay down for far too long, I patted her bottom to show my assertion. She began crying when suddenly I felt a terrifying rumble in the floor next to the couch where my head would lay for the night, and a cold burst of air hit the back of my neck. Their father even felt this as he shot up asking who was running around through the room at 11 p.m. I freaked out, grabbed her, and ran to my mom's bedroom. I was streaming tears while I told my mom what had just happened. She agreed with me when I told her that I felt threatened and that this little boy probably didn't like the authority over her. She smudged us, circling us 3 times with burning sage, and she asked me to tell the boy to go find his place with his family and to no longer follow mine. I did this with as much force as I could, and thankfully we never had experiences relating to him ever again. From that point on, I've always had my mom, who's a pagan, practices Wicca, come and bless my house. And I've always kept clear crystals in windows to help bring in positive energy. Have you ever felt someone pass away? I was a CNA for 7 years, and for about 3 years and a few months, I worked for a wonderful nursing home. The owner was very personable and expected nothing but dignity and respect from her staff to her residents. She had a rule there that no resident should die alone and that they would never leave the facility unclean. We did death watch and post-mortem care. That kind of stuff is very personal, and while the owner was alive and well, she did almost all of the death watch herself. She would turn on the call light when the resident passed, and then the aides working the hall would stop what they were doing and give the deceased a bath, change their clothing and bed linen, and clean their mouth, trim nails, comb their hair, etc. She expected the best care, and I loved that about this place. I did a few post-mortems, and I didn't mind doing it. I hadn't done a death watch until our facility, the facility's owner couldn't sit with our residents anymore. I had been working there for about a year. One night I was working my hall with a partner, and thankfully we had more staff than usual because one of my regular residents was in the beginning stages of death, and she had been moved to the front of my hall. For most of the night we were instructed to do our rounds as usual, but to take turns before and after each round to keep her from getting any pressure wounds and perform oral care on her since she was now unable to eat or drink. Around 5 a.m., she began showing serious signs of a fast decline, and our charge nurse alerted us about it. She was going to call the resident's daughter to be with her. She lived about 45 minutes away, and until she showed up, I was to sit with her, death watch. I was fine with it, not expecting to actually see her pass, but only comforting her until her daughter arrived. So another aide took my place during get-ups while I pulled up a chair, and after turning for the last time, I held her hand and told her that I was there. She spoke throughout some of her process, just reliving some of her memories and the bits and pieces for the first 20 minutes or so. Then she went silent but still gripped my hand, and from time to time she would weep. I was doing okay until right at the 40-minute mark when I noticed that she let out a single cry. Her face changed into many different emotions all at once, from happy, giggly, sad, and excited. I rubbed her hand and she said her daughter's name. Told her it was okay. She's not in any pain and she can move on. I told her that her daughter would be here soon and she would understand if she couldn't wait. Suddenly it all stopped. Her grip loosened, her face relaxed, and she took her last breath. As she exhaled, I felt her leave. To put it simply, the second she passed away, I felt a pain in my chest and an emotion come over me that made me shake inside. It was almost like a jolt of adrenaline and fear and relief all mixed together. I turned on the call light and stepped out of the room waiting for the nurse and watching her daughter turn the corner to approach me. The nurse walked in and her daughter stopped in front of me asking if she had passed. I told her I thought that she had. The nurse came back out and confirmed the time of death. The daughter hugged me tightly and told me that she appreciated that I was there and I was able to comfort her and help her pass peacefully. I'm a hyper-emotional person, quite an empath, and it was very overwhelming for me. I cried all morning and ended up having to take a break before I could continue the end of my shift. I told my charge nurse what I felt, and she said that what I experienced isn't abnormal. I was just so overwhelmed that all I could do was cry. And now, years later, I feel pretty honored that I was able to be there for her in her last hour and that she didn't have to die alone. It helped me face my own fear of death and taught me that death is inevitable. It only made me love my job that much more. Although, if given the option, I would not do Death Watch again just for the fact that it's so emotionally taxing. I believe her spirit left her body and passed through mine. Proof that I've talked to my family after they had passed. One day I was sitting with my grandmother. We were watching a TV show. We were talking about death and how some people believe that their family members who have passed away are doing things to let them know that they're okay, sending signs, moving things, sometimes even hearing them speak. So she mentioned to me that day that if she could, she would let me know somehow that she's okay on the other side. I remember a look of seriousness on her face. Fast forward a couple years later and she passes away, and 3 months later my aunt unexpectedly passes. So this really was a rough time for me, and I thought back, rewinding all the memories I have of them. And I had remembered about what my grandmother said. So I bought an SB7 spirit box. It's a device that just scans radio frequencies or stations. Anywhere from 5 to 12 stations every second. So what you hear is just the feedback or white noise from switching stations so fast. For a month before they lost the house, I did weekly sessions there, and I can tell you how much I caught there. Some nights there was nothing at all. The whole night was just static white noise, no voice, nothing. And other nights, I would catch direct responses to my questions every couple of minutes. The white noise from the spirit box is said to make it easier for people who have passed to communicate. I recorded on a digital voice recorder over 70 direct responses to questions. Talking in the quiet of the night with no devices, I'd like to show you 3 items that I recorded that night. If you have headphones, use them while listening to these for the best quality. Now, if you want to guess what they're saying, don't look at the bottom because I list what they're saying and what times in the clips. I put them through audio software and isolated the vocals from each clip so that they have their own independent wavelength and are definitely vocal tones. When my friends have family members that passed, after they mourn, they always contact me to come to their house for a spirit box session, and every single person has had an experience that helped them in one way or another. The one with what I believe to be my grandmother, the first one you're going to hear, you'll hear me scream after I heard something come out of the spirit box. I screamed, and it was almost like the wind got knocked out of me because at that moment, I heard the voice and I felt the biggest bolt of electricity that went right from my arm holding the device throughout my whole body. It's a weird feeling. If it's ever happened to you, it's a very unique feeling, and I'll never forget it as long as I live. I also smelled white diamonds at the same exact time, which was perfume my grandmother wore. I'll never forget what she said either, because all of these things make very much sense within the context of what we asked and what we were talking about at the time. If you're a skeptic, this might change your mind. And if you're a believer that says it's a demon in disguise, I believe you to be wrong. And we can talk about that subject any day. I'm a Christian. I don't know how it works, but somehow I believe I talk to my loved ones who have passed. I heard them. And most importantly, I felt them, and even smelled them at the moment, and voices were coming through. It's like you know you're in the same room with someone who loves you, who's known you your whole life. At this moment, I felt that. I saw my great-grandmother after she died. So I'll tell you how it happened. She died in 2009 in a bad car wreck when my great-grandfather ran a stop sign. She basically choked on beaded glass and drowned in her own blood on top of normal lacerations. She died on the way to the hospital. Fast forward and everyone's coming up for the funeral. Well, guess what? Instead of staying in a hotel, as we had in the past, my parents thinks it's a great idea to be in her house. Well, the day the funeral comes and my mother tells me to go iron my shirt. My great-grandmother used to keep all that in the basement. I get down there and I couldn't find the iron. It's not with the ironing board. I think out loud to myself, "Great-grandma, where would you put the iron?" "Dearie, it's above the dryer. You have to look up, though, it's rather high." It was as if I was hearing it from the left in my own head, and I looked to where she said it would be and left to where I had heard it from. She steps out from the shadows, covered in blood, as if she would have been when she died. I freaking couldn't, and I booked it. When they were packing the house afterwards, the vacuum turned on by itself. My ghost encounter at March AFB in Riverside County, California. So I'd like to tell my story about an encounter I had at the March Air Force Base in Riverside County, California, back around 2004-2005. So at that time period, I was in the 4th or 5th grade, and my sister was in the 7th or 8th grade. Me and my sister's grandfather was in town visiting from Hawaii, and he had just had us stay with him while he was in town. He's a Purple Heart recipient from the Vietnam War, so he has access to the hotels and military bases. Hotels. So we get to the hotel at March AFB, and as we're checking in, the guy at the counter lets us know that we're the only people in the building for the night, besides some other guy who's by himself, apparently. The very building that we were staying in was a former tuberculosis ward and morgue for children at one point in history. So we get to our room and we get settled in before eventually my grandfather asks me and my sister if we'll go to the ice machine to go get ice. So me and my sister agreed, and we headed off to the ice machine, which was centrally located in the hotel on the bottom floor. There was 2 ice machines being separated by a big round wall in the lobby-like area. We make it to the ice machine and we start to fill up the bucket. And as we're filling it up, we hear 2 children laugh, which sounded like a young boy and a young girl. We figured maybe there was other people in the building, and the guy at the counter was wrong about us being the only ones in there, besides the one guy that he had mentioned. So we just brushed it off like it was nothing. Very shortly after hearing the laugh and the ice machine completely stops working, no ice would come out. So me and my sister decide to go to the other side where the second ice machine is, and we were expecting someone to be there since we heard a child's laughter. Not even 30 seconds before the first ice machine quit, but as soon as we got to it, there was no one there. We never heard a door close or anybody walk off, but yet again we brush it off as if they had just got out of the room very quietly. We're now at the second ice machine. We're trying to finish filling up all the ice buckets before we hear 2 children laugh directly behind us, as if they're standing right there. There was no one in sight anywhere, and no possible way that noise could come from a real living person. My sister instantly freaked out and took off running back to the room, and I was frozen in fear for about 5 seconds before I took off running as well. Once we got back to the room, my grandpa didn't believe her story. He was upset that we didn't fill the bucket up. So he went down to the ice machine himself and finished the job with no issues. Me and my sister would routinely recant the story throughout our life, and it would be our own little experience that no one would take seriously. That was until around 2015. The story started surfacing on the internet about people hearing children laughing and seeing apparitions of children at March AFB regularly. And maybe they would be able to validate our story. I'm an agnostic now, but this experience had me believing ghosts ever since it happened. And I wish I knew why it happens, but something does happen when you die. And it's not like before you were born. Ghosts are real, and I have no explanation for it, but it fascinates me to this day. And I almost wish I could experience it again. Pretty sure I just saw a ghost in my house. I'm 25. I've always been afraid of the dark, but only in my house. I turn lights on in a specific order to not get caught in it. My father and I both have nightmares about the basement. I feel a presence in my dream, but never investigate. He dreams there's a body buried down there. I've seen a shadow person in the doorway once. Thought it was my father, but it walked through the couch into the wall. I've had a dream last night about conversing with a ghost girl who said that there were 3 spirits in my house. So the topic was on my mind, you could say, but not when I saw it just now. I just got up around 4 a.m. and I'm playing Skyrim. Decided to go to the kitchen to get a slice of pizza. Didn't turn on the lights. Only the ambient from the microwave clock, very dim. I have a clear view from my bedroom. Through the kitchen to the living room, that is. Which was also pitch black. And in the doorway, as my eyes focus, I saw an off-white shadow start to form. It was about 5 feet tall, and it wasn't like the stereotypical thing where the room gets cold. It brought something out of me. What I felt was like I was being watched, like whatever this was could see me. I felt this dread, like I was unsafe, like it would attack me if I stayed. I grabbed the pizza, pushed through my dog, through my door, then locked it, held my dog tight, and we were both shaking. Whatever I felt was primitive. My body was on autopilot, my dog could see it in me. Whatever I saw was not my friend. What did I let in my house? I've been listening to a book that initially I thought was supposed to be a cozy murder mystery taking place in a small New England beachfront town. It turned out to be suspenseful romance, a genre I didn't even know existed. The more interesting part, the romance was with a 150-year-old ghost who enjoyed the occasional BDSM, who ends up being, plot twist, a demon. Not here to kink shame, and though the book was a little bit quirky, it was actually pretty good. It's called The Shape of the Night by Tess Gerritsen, if you ever want to give it a try. No thank you. The day after I indulged in nearly 80% of this book in one day, I could not fall asleep until 4 a.m. I have bipolar disorder, and bouts of sleeplessness are kind of occasional, so I didn't think too much of it. I finally fell asleep, and I was awoken around 7:30 by wrestling upstairs. My house is a split level, with the entrance being upstairs and the bedrooms downstairs. I opened my bedroom door, and I hear somebody say, "Hello, I'm here." I was expecting construction workers that day, so I assumed it was them, so I yelled back, "Come in, I'm up." Now, 2 things struck me odd here. 1, the construction workers said that they wouldn't be here until 10 a.m., so maybe they were early. 2, I have a tiny yappy dog that barks when the wind blows too loud, and she remained sleeping. I walked upstairs to greet the workers, but no one was there. I looked outside, there was no one. There was only my car. There was no one dropped off, or There was no dropped-off building materials, nothing. I have no idea who I was talking to, but I was definitely talking to someone, and I know I was. Was I just sleep-deprived, or did I let something in? It's now 2 days later, and during these last few days, I found my front door, back door, and bathroom door I always keep shut open at different times. The front door is solid wood, and there's no way the wind is moving that thing. The back door always stays locked. No way the wind could move that either. The bathroom door is a sliding door, and there's no one else here but me. Weird thing that happened to me. I was in my college first year, and I, along with my friends, smoked some weed, and I was pretty high at that moment. It was like my first or second time smoking. I don't know how, but I was able to read the lips or minds of the people. After smoking it, I was going back to my home on a bike, and then my brother called me up to see if he was free, and his college was very near mine, so I went to catch up with him, basically. He was with his friend, and his group was coming out of the college gate, and they were talking about their day. My brother then noticed me waving and kind of waved his hand to me, which I also waved my hand. I was around 25 to 30 meters away from him, and many students were passing through in between. And then a girl from his group said that the shirt that I'm wearing looks very good. I don't know how, but I heard her, and there was a rush there. And it's almost like they were talking in between them only. My brother came to me, and then we both were going back to our home. On our way home, I was riding the bike knowing that I was not in my own mind, because I saw two of my college mates were also going home by their car. One of them said by another is that he's from our college. As they were unable to identify me because I was wearing a helmet and I was behind their car, I just saw their heads and I recognized them. I moved on, I reached home, ate food, and the next day, I asked my brother that his friend was really talking about my shirt, to which he was literally shocked, and he asked me if he told you this, and I replied him no, because I don't even know a single person other than him and his college. Excuse me, the narrator is upset that there is no periods in this. I showed him my recent chats, and he wasn't ready to believe. Then I went to the college, and I asked the same guy who was asking about me in the car, who was also very surprised that how could I even listen to what they were saying, because they were playing music in the car at the time. Shoosh, this is brutal. He wasn't ready to believe, and I said that I read his lips or whatever. I don't know what happened to me, but it was a crazy experience, like I was able to read or listen to what other people were talking about me. Weird, painful music. I'm not quite sure what to make of this, but last night, my husband and I were in bed trying to go to sleep. As it's quite hot where I live at the moment, I've been having a hard time getting to bed. He usually will fall asleep quite quickly, so he didn't hear what I thought was faint, twinkling music, similar to an ice cream truck. I wasn't too concerned at first, as we live in a noisy area, but as I tried to focus on the sound, my inner ear began to feel in pain, as if there was an immense pressure. I kept listening as I was confused as to what was happening. At no point did it get louder, and at one point it went away completely, leading me to believe that it was someone just playing music on a hot night. Then it came back, and my eardrum felt even more inflamed, and I felt the pain growing to my head. I covered my ear, but the pain didn't help much. At this point, I felt quite scared. I watched a lot of horror films, so my imagination tends to get the best of me. I yelped partly in pain, partly in fear, and woke my husband up, and he groggily asked if everything was okay. I told him my ear hurt, and he went back to sleep almost immediately. I didn't hear the music anymore, but I turned and covered my afflicted ear with a pillow. My other ear was unaffected, apparently. So I was able to go to sleep just fine after that, with my ear right up against the pillow. So yeah, it's maybe not too weird, maybe, a mundane thing, but still has left me scratching my head about it. My ear is fine this morning, bit of a headache, but that's it. Anyone experience anything similar? Is this just tinnitus and I need to see the doctor? The narrator's opinion is if your ear goes up the pillow or up against the pillow and you pull away, but it hurts too much to pull away, but you have to pull away super slowly so it doesn't feel like you're getting like a equivalent to a Charlie horse in your ear, that it very well might be tinnitus, because I definitely have that. My basement was haunted. My parents got divorced in 1997. I was born in 1990, so I was 7 at the time. They stayed friends, but my mom moved out to my grandparents' old house. My grandparents had quite a lot of money and had recently moved without selling the house, so there was no problem for them to let my mother and us move into their old house. We ended up living there for about 5 years. It was me, my mother, and my 2 sisters, who both are a few years older than me and our dog. What I'm going to tell you is not in chronological order since I can't remember when everything happened, but I assure you that everything I write is 100% true. The house had 3 floors, the ground floor, the basement, and the upper floor, where me, my sisters, and I slept. The basement was the most horrific place in the house. The stairs led from the basement up to the first floor, then to the second, like a spiral. And most of the steps would creak and make lots of sounds when stepped on. Several times a week you would hear footsteps slowly walking from the basement up the stairs, taking a short break at the ground floor, then continuing to move on to the second floor. Most of the times the step would stop at my older sister's room, but it would vary and sometimes stopping outside of my room or the middle sister's room. We all heard it though. My mom didn't like to talk about it, but my sisters and I often talked about it, and especially the day after confirming hearing outside whatever's room it stopped by. We all hated going down to the basement. It was a big, big basement that you would think children would enjoy playing in, but we hated it. Our dog never went down to the basement. She hated it just as much as us. All kinds of minor things happened down there in the basement. The light would turn off randomly, things moved, and you could often hear stuff moving down there even though there was no one there. One evening, me and my sisters were playing with walkie-talkies, trying to get to the local police channel. Things kids did, during the 90s. This time, the voice in the walkie-talkie was different and sounded much closer. The voice said all kinds of things. It was speaking directly to my oldest sister and said that it was going to hurt her. It even spoke her name, but I don't think it ever really answered our questions. We got scared and turned off the walkie-talkie. A minute or so later, a dog ran into our room and barked out into nothing. Our dog was large and protective of us kids and kept staying in the room barking, which has never happened before or after. Another time, me and my mom were home, but my sister and dog were away. I was playing up in my room, and my mom was doing whatever moms do. Suddenly, I hear really loud footsteps from the basement, even though I was on the second floor in my room. Walking, almost running up from the basement, then continuing up the stairs to the second floor. I remember my heart just stopped when listening to these footsteps. My mom never walks that heavy or angry. The footsteps continued, though, until outside of my own room, then they stopped. My door was slammed incredibly hard. The door closed, and I screamed and cried. My mom raced up the stairs, and I tried to open the door, but she couldn't. It was as if the door was locked. I don't think the door even had a lock on it. My mom shouted to me to be calm while she ran down to get tools to tear the door down. While she was down, and 7 or 8 year old me was crying, the door suddenly unlocked itself and opened. Another time when my sisters and my dog was away, there was a storm, and for some reason I was deathly afraid of the thunder. I've never been afraid of thunder before or after, but this night I was. and in the basement, everything went crazy. We heard things thrown around down there, glass shattering, which we confirmed in the morning after that the glass on all that stuff had been thrown around and indeed shattered. And there were footsteps running up and down the stairs. Me and my mother hugged each other and both scared of what we were hearing. And at one time we were sitting in the living room, just being deathly scared. The entrance door flew open and closed, opened and closed again for several minutes. It was a storm outside and it was blowing, but it was not the storm. Many more minor things like that happened, but these are what came to my mind. It seemed to me that it got worse when my dog wasn't around, and it was more after my older sister. Even though I told you about the things that were happening to me, she had many more experiences. A couple of times she claimed that she saw an old man watching her sleep. Maybe we'll hear about those later, though. Manteno, Illinois isn't real. Several years ago, I was home on leave with a girl I was seeing at the time. 2010-ish, for the curious. Visiting my parents in the suburbs of Illinois only has so much entertainment, and we had burned ourselves out in Chicago. After dinner, one of our last nights in town, we both were looking to do something exciting to really end our time there with a bang. Before I had left for the military, I was a bit of a thrill seeker. You know, a shithead teenager. I more or less fell into the hobby of urban exploring, quote unquote. My friends and I would wait for nightfall, grab our moonbeams, and drive out to whatever rural almost town that we had heard rumors about. Great fun for the weekends when we couldn't find anyone or anything irresponsible enough to, get high on life instead. I convinced my girlfriend to take the drive with me, and off we went. During my illustrious career as a pro-trespasser, the one place I always wanted to go but could never make it to was the fabled Montino State Asylum. Total classic. Turn of the century tuberculin? Excuse the reader's confusion. Never seen this word. I'm gonna consider it to be a tuberculosis ward. Repurposed into a state-run mental hospital, back when they were poignantly depraved and evil. Please don't take my flippant words as disrespect. I mean that within the confines of this one slightly illegal hobby. It was truly hellish for those patients, and the history's disgusting. I can't post any outside links, but the internet's your friend if you're curious. Anyways, around 11 p.m., I start driving south toward the town. It took me about an hour and a half from where my parents lived, and at some point during the trip it started pissing down rain. My wipers couldn't keep up, so I slowed way the hell down as I made my approach to the main drag, trying to get a good look at everything. Typical small town stuff. 7 or 8 tiny storefronts crammed together in a row in front of parking stalls. A diner, a pharmacy, a quaint little clothing shop, you get the picture. All of them sat dark and empty as they should, but I couldn't figure out why it still felt so odd. Finally, I realized none of the streetlights were on, even though they were plentiful. There were maybe 3 or 15 lit up. As we crawled past the dead shops, I could barely make out the rest of the town through that big fat drop of rain that was in front of us. It seemed to be 2 main streets surrounded by squat 1950s-era ranch homes. Small plots, no fences, roads felt barely even paved. Again, there were street lights, but few of them seemed to work. The place was mostly illuminated by bright yellow industrial lights attached to the buildings. The road ended at a median, and I could just barely make out what I had been looking for this whole time. The old administration building for the hospital. It had been repurposed into a bank or something similar, but it was important as it was my only familiar landmark that I had memorized the whole map around. It was at this point, however, that I realized that we were being watched. To my left, a man had come out from the front door of what I can only describe as a kind of a hut. There were 4 in a row directly behind the main street, and he appeared out of the first one closest to us. The man stood silhouetted by industrial lamplight and watched me drive past before turning his wheel and making his way back inside. He didn't seem to care about the soaking rain. I chalked it up to coincidence and just moved on, looking for my next landmark. A few blocks over, and I found what I believed to be the old cemetery, which was supposedly a mass grave, and hollowed-out crematorium. While engaged in a bit of somber conversation about the heaviness of it all over my girlfriend's shoulder, I see yet another man appear from inside one of the innocuous houses. He was ambling over to the edge of the property towards the street and staring at my car. I guess I can't be sure of it because it was so dark, but he was definitely facing our direction, and the bright patch made while opening the door was obvious. Now unnerved, I turned off the music, dropped my car into drive, and pulled away to continue down the road that we were on. He watched me drive away, and just as the last, when I got far enough away that he was small in my mirror, he pulled an about face and returned to the house. I was starting to sweat a bit. We made a large loop around the original buildings that remained. Most had been demolished for safety reasons, but the remnants ranged from stoic and beautiful as ever to piles of brick jutting from undergrowth like crooked teeth. These pillars and an imposing marbled cupola cast dramatic theatrical shadows in the lightning. The tiny hairs on the back of my neck began to perk up one by one as the paranoid feeling of being watched became all-consuming. Finally, mercifully, the edge of the town was in sight. We had seen it all the way, and the pride was satisfying enough to allow me to, let the cowardice flee away from this horrible town and just never returning. The path we drove on abruptly dead-ended in a sloping left turn towards a corrugated metal pole barn. Needing to turn around, I followed it down into the small gravel parking lot. It was unoccupied, save a large blue dually backed into the far corner. Par for the course, a single piercing industrial light was fixed to the outside wall of the structure, bathing everything in a very harsh, sterile yellow. No exaggeration. The very second my tires touched that gravel, the door to the barn was yanked open, and out strode a man. He took several steps into the parking lot, stopped and stared. Just like the other two had. My butthole could crush diamonds at this point, and I'm doing my best Vin Diesel impression of Fast and the Furious my way the hell out of there. But just as I shift into reverse, I see another man open the door of the truck and begin to climb out, almost turning my Vin Diesel feel into more of a Paul Walker affair, if you catch my meaning. There's not much more to add. I don't have any answers, as I never went back and never investigated. We shot out of there and drove home mostly in an uncomfortable silence. The rain let up at the county line. My friend's new house is definitely haunted. Myself, a 21-year-old female, and my partner, a 20-year-old male, were at our friend's new place last night for a few hours. Helping them settle in. They're both around our age as well. 19-year-old female and an 18-year-old female. One of our friends is known for being very spiritually gifted and connected. She's seen spirits ever since she was able to walk and talk. I'm very spiritually connected myself, but not in the same sense where spirits show themselves to me. Anyways, we were all hanging out in the living room, chatting and watching Golden Girls, when our friend freezes, and immediately started crying. We all comforted her and just asked what was wrong. I immediately knew by the look on her face, as she looked down her hallway, that she'd seen something. We all had that feeling. It was an eerily quiet moment. She said that she had so clearly saw a tall, buff male figure in a long white gown walking across her hallway towards the staircase that leads to the front entrance. This was followed by many footsteps being heard, since they moved in on Saturday. I asked her if it felt like a negative spirit or anything like that. She said she didn't think so, but it definitely frightened the shit out of her. She said that she felt her face go pale and she felt a weight on her chest. We sprung into action seeing how shaken up they both were after that and realized how uncomfortable they now were to be in their new home overnight. So we grabbed some incense, salt, some selenite from my apartment, and I cleansed every corner of the house with the intention of whatever or whoever was chilling in the apartment would move on. I've had a shadow person follow me most of my life. As far back as I can recall, there's always been a presence in and around myself and members of my family. As a child, my parents dismissed the things that I'd see and feel, simply as me having an overactive imagination. There were things I would relay, feelings that overwhelmed me, and some of these beings just existed. No malice or good. My mom was the most adamant about it being nothing, so much so that I stopped talking about it or telling them what these beings were feeling or doing. The house I spent most of my life in was where I met the dark man who would watch me and my sister. He wasn't scary, but just curious. It turned out that the landlord's husband had died in the house, but my sister and I weren't told this till we were adults. Now, this shadow person or thing has been with me for a very long time. It was very different from the dark man. It's always followed me, and as a kid I assumed it was just a figment of my imagination, so I wasn't very alarmed. It was just another being around. This one wasn't as kind, though. It clung to me and would scratch at me, fill me with terror, and emit so much dark energy. I didn't tell my parents, though. I did try to reach out to others, but I was told I was ridiculous or crazy, so I kept it to myself. I didn't tell another soul till I was 17, and that person saw firsthand what I'd been hiding for so long. Writing it out feels wrong. I'm an adult now, and its presence is still felt, but it doesn't reach out as much. We have an understanding, so to speak. My boyfriend, though, unfortunately taunted it after I told him about this thing that follows. It made things worse for a little while. He had horrible nightmares and became fearful, eventually made amends with the shadow. Shapeshifter. So my husband and I were at a baseball game tonight, when the root beer float I drank started to not agree with me. We had to leave the game a few innings early because I was going to be sick and I needed the bathroom now. There was a line for the women's room inside the stadium, so my hope was the ones outside the stadium would be open. They were, thankfully. I get out of the bathroom after a bit and I'm looking around for my husband. I took out my phone to text him, but I spot him on the stairs leading up to the skyway, and that's where we normally take. He even waved at me. So I start walking that way, and to my surprise, instead of waiting, my husband turned to walk into the skyway and disappeared around the corner. I was pissed. Why wasn't he waiting for me, knowing I had just thrown up in the bathroom? There's a homeless guy that always hangs out around those stairs to get food from people. I don't normally talk to him, but tonight I told him to be safe. He said, "You too," and started walking up the stairs behind me. I knew he was there. I never felt threatened by this guy, so I wasn't worried about him following me up the stairs. And as soon as I got halfway up, my husband came up behind me, and he was like, "What the hell? You knew I was in the bathroom. Where were you going?" I was like, "I was following you. You were on the stairs. You were fucking waving at me. What the fuck?" This thing was legit dressed like my husband. Red baseball cap, blue shirt, khaki shorts. Like, I'm legit freaked out. Why would something try to lure me? I've walked that walk for at least 21 games for the last 3 seasons. Why all of a sudden is something trying to hurt me? The day my terminally ill patient let me know that he passed away. So I, a female 28, at the time was working as an intern in a hospital in my hometown in Mexico. I was 25 years old back then, and I still remember everything vividly till this day. It was December of 2019, before the pandemic. Me and my friend, who I'll refer to as Claudia, were alone during the night. The doctor's office was on the 2nd floor, and due to the problem with bed bugs in a couple of the patients' rooms, they had to relocate all the patients to the 3rd floor, and that was while they fumigated our original floor. Claudia and I were checking in with the night nurses, to see if anything was needed. The sweet nurse approached us, told us about a specific patient whose family had signed a DNR. There was nothing left for us to do, so we just nodded and thanked her. We told them all that we'll be in the 2nd floor if needed and to call us to the office. So anyways, we both went downstairs. We ran into the doctor who runs the hospital at night. He told us to lock ourselves inside the office if we were planning on sleeping for a while. We asked why, and he replied, "Well, there's a couple of things missing since this floor is completely empty, and we're worried that there might be somebody stealing things, which is why I would prefer that the 2 of you, since you're both women, remain locked inside. And if anything happens, just call my office number." We both agreed, and did as we were told. Around 12 a.m., we were done writing our medical indications for our patients, and we were completely destroyed. We decided to sleep for a little while, which is sometimes not even achievable due to the work demand, but by 12:20 I was already deeply sleeping. But I could hear background noises. From the metallic trash cans moving outside, I didn't pay much attention, thinking it was just probably windy. But windy enough inside a closed hospital to be moving metallic trash cans? Well, I fell into a deep, dreamless sleep, and at 3 a.m. I heard a manly voice tell me in Spanish, excuse the narrator's Spanish. Shoot. Despierta, perhaps. Wake up. I turned around to tell Claudia to let me sleep and stop playing games. To my fucking surprise, she was snoring and sleeping soundly. Not a minute later, the phone rings, startling me. I say, "This is the doctor, how am I needed?" And the kind nurse just tells me, "Oh, it's me, the patient. I have the EKG, and he flatlined exactly at 3 a.m. I just looked at my watch to notice just a couple of minutes had passed, and I felt my stomach sinking into the ground. My brain was going 1,000 miles per hour, thinking, oh my God, did the patient just come and wake me up and let me know that he passed? I visited my dead grandmother in a dream, or she visited me. I had a complicated family history growing up. Because of this, I was raised by my grandmother. She was a powerful woman and was also pretty sweet and caring. She used to live in a beautiful colonial house in Bogota, which had a very characteristic living room, you could say. She would always sit in the same spot, where she would enjoy her morning and afternoon coffee, as well as an assortment of chocolates which she always kept in the same drawer. She loved chocolate, and in character, she enjoyed sharing this love with others. When she was not in her main house in Bogota, we would vacation on a beautiful beach house, which to this day holds some of the best memories I have. Around the time I was finishing high school, she was diagnosed with stomach cancer. The prognosis was not as good, as it had already metastasized to the surrounding tissue. But she was a fighter, She underwent surgery and several rounds of chemo. She fought tooth and nail for a bit over a year, but eventually lost the fight. During her chemo treatments, she slowly lost the things that she loved the most. This included her love for chocolate. It made her nauseated and she would throw up, so there was no longer chocolate in the drawer. As the disease progressed, I became one of her main caretakers, which made me see how the disease progressed daily. After several months of this torture, she passed away. I held her as she gave her last breath. I grieved a lot and grieved for a long time. I received a lot of support from my friends, but it wasn't the same. Whenever I went to our beach house, I would feel sorrow and melancholy, and I really missed my grandmother. Then around the year mark of her death anniversary, I had a dream like no other, which I vividly remember to this day. The dream started with a bird's eye view of the beach where we used to go to. Her colonial house from Pagoda was there instead of the beach house. As the view started to go down, I remember going into the house, which was completely filled with light. I started walking towards the living room where I saw my grandmother, sitting in the same spot that she'd always used to sit. Something worth mentioning is that this dream was in first person, while my dreams are always in third person. As I approached my grandmother, she was sitting in the light and looked so happy and so rested. I went and sat right next to her. She opened the drawer, pulled out a bar of chocolate, and gave me a piece while she ate the piece herself. She enjoyed the chocolate and she looked happy. It was at this time that I woke up with tears streaming down my face. I understood my grandmother told me that she was all right. She was in her happy place, which was a combination of her two happy places. And she was eating chocolate. To this day, this remains the most vivid dream I've ever had. I'm not sure if she visited me or if I visited her, but it was beautiful, and it was a place filled with light and chocolate. I just want to share my experience with the Hat Man. I have heard of him, and I've always loved following the creepypasta style stuff. I also suffer from night terrors. Rarely. So this is something that's kind of come up, but I never had an experience with it. At least I never realized I did. I was watching a YouTube video about some scary quote-unquote internet rabbit holes, and the Hat Man came up during it. As I was listening, I heard the guy describe it as quote-unquote wearing a wide-brimmed hat and a trench coat. And this is the first time I heard about the trench coat, and a memory hit me very vividly. I'm in my mid-30s, and this memory takes place in one of the first houses I ever lived in when I was maybe 5 or 6, so this was decades ago. I do remember at the time that the memory was vivid for months, but it faded. Anyways, here it is. It's not that long. The house I lived in had a big front window, which was the living room, and next to it was the front door. This door was not the main door that we or guests used, as the side door was right off the driveway. So it was very odd when during the night, maybe 8 p.m., sundown and dark, but not late night, that I heard a knock at that door, a single knock. I turned and looked out the window and saw what at the time I thought was, I shit you not, Darkwing Duck. A big, wide-brimmed hat, what looked like a long coat, but all black. There were streetlights there, so it wasn't pitch black, but Darkwing Duck was just the silhouette. Of course, there was no beak or anything, but that was what my mind went to. I was also extremely creeped out at that moment and for weeks and months following. I asked my parents if they were going to answer the door. They asked why. They didn't hear the knock. I was afraid to look outside again, but I forced myself. There was no one there, of course. Man, this YouTube video reminded me of this, and I have so many chills right now. It's crazy. I don't want this mention of a trench coat sort of a thing to ping me, but holy fuck. It's honestly kind of cool to think something beyond the normal happened to me at least once. And I'm personally glad that it looked like Darkwing Duck. That's just the narrator. As usual, have a good night. See ya.